Principal Secretary to Honorable Prime Minister Dr. P.K. Mishra, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Ministry of Planning and Ministry of Culture, Rav Indrajit Singh Ji, Chairperson, National Statistical Commission, Dr. Saibal Chattopadhyay, Secretary, MOSPI, Dr. Saurabh Garg, Director General, Data Governance, MOSPI, Shri P.R. Meshram, Additional Director General, Coordination and International Cooperation Division, MOSPI, Srimati Sunita Bhaskar, senior officers of this ministry and other ministries, official present from the state UT government, distinguished guests, including delegates from the international organization, media personnel, everyone connected through the various social media platform of MOSPI, and my dear colleague. A very good morning to everyone present here. On behalf of Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, I extend a very warm welcome to everyone present here for the celebration of Statistics Day 2026. Today, we are gathered here to acknowledge the importance of statistics in our lives and the significant role it plays in shaping the world around us. On behalf of this ministry, I, Rupali Gupta, along with my colleague, Ms. Himanshi Trivedi, would help you navigate through this year's event on Statistics Day. To popularize the use of statistics in everyday life and to sensitize the public as to how statistics helps in shaping and framing the policies, Government of India has been celebrating Statistics Day on the birth anniversary of Professor P.C. Mahalanobis on 29th June in recognition of his invaluable contribution in establishing the national statistical system. Professor P.C. Mahalanobis is widely regarded as the architect of modern statistical methods in the Indian subcontinent. His vision of data driven decision making led to the establishment of the National Sample Survey, which continues to be the backbone of India's official statistical system. His pioneering contributions also include the development of the Mahalanobis distance, the concept of interpenetrating subsampling in survey methodology, and path breaking research in anthropometry. His remarkable legacy continues to inspire the country's statistical community and policymakers alike. Each year since 2007, Statistics Day is celebrated with a theme of national relevance. The theme for Statistics Day 2026 is Unlocking the Potential of Administrative Data, which reflects the growing importance of harnessing administrative data to improve the quality, timeliness, and effectiveness of official statistics and public policy making. सांख्यिकी केवल आंकड़ों का संग्रह नहीं है, बल्कि यह आंकड़ों को सार्थक जानकारी में परिवर्तित करने की कला और विज्ञान है। यही आंकड़े सरकारों को बेहतर नीतियां बनाने, संसाधनों का प्रभावी उपयोग सुनिश्चित करने तथा समाज के प्रत्येक वर्ग तक विकास का लाभ पहुंचाने में सहायता करते हैं। सांख्यिकी किसी भी देश के विकास की आधारशिला होती है। चाहे जनगणना हो, आर्थिक विकास दर का मूल्यांकन हो, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य या कृषि क्षेत्र की योजना, सभी क्षेत्रों में सांख्यिकी की भूमिका अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। आज जब भारत विकसित भारत 2047 के लक्ष्य की ओर अग्रसर है, तब सटीक, समयबद्ध और गुणवत्तापूर्ण आंकड़ों का महत्व और भी बढ़ जाता है। आज का यह समारोह उसी विश्वास का प्रतीक है कि सांख्यिकी केवल संख्याओं का विज्ञान नहीं है, बल्कि राष्ट्र निर्माण का एक सशक्त माध्यम है। इन्हीं विचारों के साथ हम आज के कार्यक्रम की औपचारिक शुरुआत करते हैं और आप सभी को एक बार पुनः सांख्यिकी दिवस 2026 की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देते हैं। Before proceeding with today's program, we would like to felicitate our dignitaries for gracing this occasion. I invite Shri Shantanu Dikshit to present sapling to our chief guest of the day, Dr. P.K. Mishra, Principal Secretary to Honorable Prime Minister. I invite Ms. Bhavna Joshi to present sapling to our Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Ministry of Planning and Ministry of Culture, Rav Indrajit Singh Ji. I request Ms. Avinash Kumari to present sapling to Dr. Saibal Chattopadhyay, Chairperson, NSC. Now I call upon Ms. Himanshali Rana to present sapling to Dr. Saurabh Garg, Secretary, MOSPI, please. I invite Shri Saurabh Kant to present sapling to Shri P.R. Meshram, Director General Data Governance, MOSPI, please. I invite Ms. Poonam Chauhan to present sapling to Ms. Sunita Bhaskar, Additional Director General CICD MOSPI, please. May I now request the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, please.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा। शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहा। हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीम्
May I now request Shri P.R. Meshram, Director General Data Governance, MOSPI, to formally welcome the distinguished guests for 20th Statistics Day celebration. Sir is an officer of 1992 batch of Indian Statistical Service and is spearheading a whole gamut of work related to the coordination, international cooperation, training and capacity building, data informatics and innovation division, and administrative statistics and policy division of this ministry. Sir, over to you.
Principal Secretary to the Honorable Prime Minister and our Chief Guest, Dr. P.K. Mishra. Honorable Minister of State Independent Charge for Statistics and Program Implementation, Shri Rao Indra Singhji ji. Chairperson National Statistical Commission, Dr. Saibal Chattopadhyay. Secretary MOSPI, Dr. Saurabh Garg. ADG MOSPI, Ms. Sunita Bhaskar. Distinguished dignitaries from central ministries, state governments, international organizations, academia, industry, and fellow colleagues from National Statistical System. A warm welcome to all of you on the celebration of 20th Statistics Day. Today we gathered to commemorate the birth anniversary of Professor Prasanta Chandra Mahalanobis, the architect of modern statistical thinking in India, and a visionary whose contributions continue to guide us for developing a robust national statistical system. Statistics Day is not merely a tribute to his legacy. It is an occasion to reaffirm our collective commitment to evidence-based policy making and data-driven governance. This year's theme, Unlocking the Potential for Administrative Data, reflects a transformative shift taking place in the world of official statistics. Across government systems, enormous volumes of data are generated every day through the delivery of public services and implementation of developmental programs. These administrative data sets present a valuable national assets. When appropriately standardized, harmonized, and governed, they can provide timely, granular, and cost-effective insights for policy formulation, program monitoring, and public service delivery. This ministry has been actively working towards strengthening statistical ecosystem of the country through initiatives aimed at harmonization, adoption of standards, enhancement of metadata framework, and promotion of greater collaboration across institutions. Today's technical session and panel discussions, which will be followed after the inaugural session, will provide an excellent opportunity to deliberate on emerging best practices, innovations, and pathways for harnessing administrative data for public good. The importance of this theme was also reflected in the National Deliberative Summit, which on harmonization of administrative data for governance organized by Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation at Bhubaneswar during 29th and 30th of April this year, which brought together representatives from 31 states, union territories, central ministries, international organizations, private organizations, researchers, and technical experts. The summit underscored the need to break data silos and promote open, standardized, and interoperable systems to strengthen evidence-based policymaking and governance. The collective message that emerged from the workshop was harmonized administrative data is not merely a technical requirement, but a strategic necessity for improving governance, enhancing service delivery, and accelerating India's journey towards Viksit Bharat for 2047. On behalf of the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, I extend my sincere gratitude to all our distinguished dignitaries, guests, experts, knowledge partners, and stakeholders who have joined us today. Your participation enriches the celebration and strengthens our shared vision of a robust and future-ready data ecosystem for India. I wish all participants a productive and insightful Statistics Day. Thank you, and thank you, all of you.
Has provided a valuable insight into the theme of this year's Statistics Day celebration. कहा जाता है कि सटीक आंकड़े सशक्त निर्णयों की आधारशिला होते हैं और सशक्त निर्णय ही राष्ट्र की प्रगति का मार्ग प्रशस्त करते हैं. As India advances towards the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation continues to play a pivotal role in strengthening the nation's statistical infrastructure, fostering innovation, and enhancing the use of data for public good. This year's theme, Unlocking the Potential of Administrative Data, reflects the Ministry's commitment to harnessing new and emerging data sources to generate timely, reliable, and policy-relevant insights that can drive meaningful change. We now invite you to watch a video on another year of MOSPI towards Viksit Bharat, highlighting the Ministry's key achievements, transformative initiatives, and milestones over the past year as it continues its journey towards building a stronger, smarter, and more data-empowered India. May we have the video, please?
सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ती अर्थव्यवस्था में से एक है. देश की हर बड़ी योजना, निर्णय और विकास कार्यक्रम के पीछे एक अदृश्य शक्ति काम करती है. सही आंकड़े, सही दिशा. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्टैटिस्टिक्स एंड प्रोग्राम इंप्लीमेंटेशन, जो भारत के विकास की तस्वीर को सामने लाने में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाती है. अंतरराष्ट्रीय मानकों के अनुसार जीडीपी, सीपीआई और आईआईपी जैसे विभिन्न मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक इंडिकेटर्स के बेस ईयर को नियमित अंतराल पर संशोधित करना आवश्यक है. वर्ष 2026 में नेशनल स्टैटिस्टिक्स ऑफिस ने ग्रॉस डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट, कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स और इंडेक्स ऑफ इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्शन के बेस ईयर को अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्टैंडर्ड्स के अनुरूप अपडेट किया, ताकि भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी को और अधिक सटीक तरीके से समझा जा सके. डिजिटल भारत में एनएसओ के सभी आधिकारिक सर्वेस को टैबलेट्स के इस्तेमाल से डिजिटाइज कर दिया गया है. मॉस्पी द्वारा किए जा रहे सभी सर्वेक्षणों की वार्षिक रिपोर्ट अब सर्वे समाप्त होने के 90 से 120 दिनों में, क्वार्टरली रिपोर्ट 45 से 60 दिनों में और मासिक रिपोर्ट 15 से 30 दिनों में जारी की जा रही है. 2017 से लेबर फोर्स डेटा पीएलएफएस सर्वे द्वारा हर साल और 2025 से हर माह उपलब्ध कराया जा रहा है. अनइनकॉर्पोरेटेड एंटरप्राइजेस से जुड़ा डेटा 2021 से असूस सर्वे द्वारा हर साल और 2025 से क्वार्टरली जारी किया जा रहा है। डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल एस्टिमेट्स को अधिक सक्षम बनाने के लिए महत्वपूर्ण बदलाव किए गए हैं, जिससे स्थानीय स्तर पर भी विकास का सही आकलन हो। नेशनल हाउस होल्ड इनकम सर्वे, जिसका उद्देश्य ग्रामीण और शहरी परिवारों की वास्तविक बचत और उपभोग क्षमता को मापना है, तथा असीस 2026, जिसका उद्देश्य सेवा क्षेत्र के औपचारिक उद्यमों के योगदान और रोजगार के आंकड़ों को ट्रैक करना है। इनके द्वारा देश में पारिवारिक आमदनी, इनकम डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन और सर्विस सेक्टर की बेहतर समझ विकसित की जा रही है। मॉस्पी का ई सांख्यिकी पोर्टल, माइक्रो डेटा पोर्टल, GOI स्टैट्स मोबाइल ऐप और डेटा इनोवेशन लैब जैसी पहलें डेटा को अधिक एक्सेसिबल और यूजर फ्रेंडली बना रही हैं। AI और मशीन लर्निंग का उपयोग करते हुए मॉस्पी स्टैटिस्टिकल सिस्टम को फ्यूचर रेडी बनाया जा रहा है। यूनाइटेड नेशन स्टैटिस्टिकल कमीशन में भारत का चयन देश की स्टैटिस्टिकल एक्सपर्टीज का वैश्विक प्रमाण है। प्रोग्राम इंप्लीमेंटेशन के तहत MP लैड्स द्वारा डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स और पैमाना पोर्टल द्वारा मेगा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स का क्रियान्वयन बेहतर हुआ है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कथन है,
What gets measured gets improved or ultimately gets transformed.
उन्हीं की प्रेरणा से हम इस बार अनलॉकिंग द पोटेंशियल ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव डेटा थीम के साथ स्टैटिस्टिक्स डे 2026 मना रहे हैं कि सही डेटा से हम बेहतर निर्णय लेने में सक्षम होंगे, जिससे विकसित भारत का सपना साकार होगा।
Thank you. The ministry's achievements showcased in the video are a reflection of its relentless pursuit of excellence in official statistics and its commitment to empowering governance through reliable, timely, and high-quality data. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now to set the context of today's celebration, we have with us Dr. Saurabh Garg, Secretary, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Sir is a distinguished officer of the 1991 batch of the Indian Administrative Service. Prior to joining MOSPI, he has served as Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and as a Chief Executive Officer of UIDAI, where he played a key role in strengthening the Aadhaar ecosystem and digital governance. May I request, sir, to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Respected Principal Secretary to the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister, Chairman of the National Statistical Commission, other members of the NSC, my colleagues from the Ministry of Statistics and colleagues from different ministries and departments of Government of India, representatives of the state government and other stakeholders of the statistical system who are present out here today. Today is the 20th Statistics Day. It also happens to be the 133rd birth anniversary of Professor P.C. Mahalanobis. And to reflect on the legacy left behind by Dr. P.C. Mahalanobis, who saw statistics not as isolated numbers, but as a coordinated system of knowledge for national development. Through the Indian Statistical Institute and his pioneering sample surveys, he laid the foundational insight that diverse datasets are required to reflect the true national reality. From that foundation, considerable progress has been achieved over the decades. The next frontier is to transform this foundation into a fully harmonized data ecosystem that powers intelligent, citizen-centric governance. The theme for this year's Statistics Day is unlocking the potential of administrative data. Interestingly, administrative data was also the theme of Statistics Day in 2017. The evolution of the theme itself tells a story. What began as emerging possibilities has matured into a clear, concrete roadmap for leveraging administrative data for evidence-based policy making and improved governance outcomes. This focus on using data for better governance reflects the conviction of the Honorable Prime Minister in data-driven decision-making. In his address to civil servants on Civil Services Day on various occasions, he has repeatedly mentioned about the need for civil servants to become experts in data and technology. Thanks to the digitalization efforts of the Digital India Mission, we are very data rich, but often data remains siloed. The next leap in governance will be from leveraging these siloed data sets to create a unified understanding of society powered by harmonized administrative data that will enable more evidence-based and citizen-centric decision-making. The 5th National Conference of Chief Secretaries in December 2025 highlighted the need to strengthen institutional capacity, improve interdepartmental coordination, and adopt data-driven monitoring frameworks to enhance service delivery. MOSPI has undertaken sustained efforts to align the vision of harmonization of administrative data sets with states and union territories, advancing the broader agenda of data-driven decision-making. This involves encouraging all to implement the Enable framework for data harmonization, which is built on 5 key pillars: compilation of metadata, data quality assessments, adoption of uniform classifications and standards, use of unique identifiers, and resolution of different definitional divergences across datasets. In today's AI and machine learning environment, these simple building blocks become powerful enablers for unlocking interoperability, improving data discovery, and enabling advanced analytics that transform raw administrative records into actionable intelligence for governance. Today, a practitioner's handbook on harmonization of datasets is being released as a practical guide to promote interoperability, standardization, and seamless integration of data across government systems. A National Deliberative Summit was held in April this year to deliberate upon the roadmap and milestones for administrative data harmonization and linkage with states and UTs. It was insightful to hear the challenges being faced by states in this journey, which also deepened our understanding of ground realities. The most encouraging takeaway was that thinking has begun alignment of thought across states and UTs for data harmonization is now taking shape, which is the crucial first step before systems, structures, and solutions can fully be put in place. As part of today's celebrations, we are also holding a technical session showcasing innovative examples of leveraging administrative data for governance and public service delivery, both which have already been implemented within the government and which are still under the thinking phase. While data harmonization is a major focus, the Ministry of Statistics has also been consistently working to enhance the core data attributes by improving timelines, increasing frequency, deepening granularity, and expanding the diversity of data sets. Data dissemination, user centricity, and use of AI and ML are the key statistical reform areas. I'll just like to spotlight on some of these activities where continued work is going on. On granularity, reports on million-plus cities based on data of the annual survey of unincorporated sector enterprises and the periodic labor force will be released today. In the coming months, we will see greater availability of district-level data as many states are participating in the surveys for this purpose. Diversity, new surveys on household income and incorporated service sector are ongoing. Release of the new indicator, Index of Services Production, would be done in July this year. On data dissemination, multiple data dissemination channels, as already mentioned in the video, are there. And we have a strong focus on user feedback and data literacy. Data user conferences and pre-release consultations have been institutionalized with a strong focus on getting feedback. In AI/ML, we have launched the Model Context Protocol, which enables data to be read seamlessly by the large language models from our portals. And of course, some of the new series of macroeconomic indicators have been released, as mentioned earlier. The way forward for MOSPI is not merely about creating more data, but about creating value from the data that we generate. We're also releasing a 5-year vision document for 2026-31 that articulates the strategic direction over the next few years with focus areas such as continued modernization of statistical processes, strengthening of data governance frameworks, and harnessing the potential of new and emerging data sources. I would like to take this occasion to recognize the efforts of the field staff of the Ministry of Statistics, on whose foundational work rests the credibility and trust of the macroeconomic statistics generated by this ministry. Behind every data set, every survey, and every statistical milestone stand our field enumerators, supervisors, officials, and officers of MOSPI. Their perseverance and dedication have been instrumental in the reforms of the statistical system. I would also like to recognize the strong support and guidance received from the highest levels in the government, including the Honorable Minister, the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, the Cabinet Secretary, and other senior officers in the implementation of the reform process. As we look to the future, I am confident that the same spirit of service and excellence will continue to carry this journey forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. The National Statistical Commission plays a pivotal role in strengthening India's statistical system by guiding policies, promoting quality standards, enhancing coordination among stakeholders, and fostering public trust in official statistics. Through its expert guidance, the Commission contributes significantly to ensuring that India's statistical framework remains robust, credible, and responsive to emerging needs. We are delighted to inform you of the appointment of the new chairperson and members of the National Statistical Commission. It is my privilege to introduce the newly appointed chairperson of the Commission, Dr. Saibal Chattopadhyay. Dr. Chattopadhyay is the former director of the Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata, and an eminent statistician with vast academic and research experience. His distinguished contributions span survey sampling, statistical inference, environmental health studies, and advanced marketing research. We welcome you, sir. Continuing as a member from the previous commission is Shri Debashish Kundu, Rahul and Namita Gautam Chair Professor at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. His areas of specialization include distribution theory, lifetime data analysis, censoring, statistical signal processing, statistical computing, and related areas of statistical research. Joining him, the new members of the commission are Professor Shubhrato Das, who is a professor at the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, whose expertise encompasses statistics, operational research, actuarial mathematics, fuzzy data analysis, and their application across diverse disciplines. Next, we have Shri Satyendra Bahadur Singh, a distinguished retired officer of the Indian Statistical Service from the 1987 batch, who brings with him over 3 decades of rich experience in official statistics, economic statistics, labor and employment statistics, policy support, training, and administration. And finally, we have Dr. Madhavan Mukund, Director of the Chennai Mathematical Institute, an eminent academic and computer scientist with outstanding contributions in the field of computer science, mathematics, and research. Sirs, we look forward to your leadership, guidance, and valuable contributions towards further strengthening India's statistical ecosystem. Now, I would request Chairperson of the Commission, Dr. Saimbal Chattopadhyay, to address the gathering, please. Over to you, sir.
Chief Guest of the day, Dr. P.K. Mishra, Principal Secretary to Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister for Statistics and Program Implementation, Rao Inderjit Singh Ji, Secretary, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Dr. Saurabh Garg, Sri Mesram, DG Mospi, officers from central ministries and state governments, representatives from various national and international organizations, research and educational institutions, media representatives, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to address you on the occasion of Statistics Day 2026, celebrated in honor of the birth anniversary of Professor Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis, whose vision laid the foundation for India's modern statistical system. This year's theme, Unlocking the Potential of Administrative Data, is both timely and transformative. It reflects a growing recognition across the world that data generated through the routine functioning of governments and institutions can become a powerful resource for evidence-based policymaking, improved governance, and more responsive public services. Today, we stand at a critical juncture in the evolution of official statistics. The demand for timely, granular, reliable, and cost-effective statistics has never been greater. Policymakers require near real-time information to respond to emerging challenges. Citizens expect transparency and accountability. Researchers seek deeper insights into social and economic transformations. Meeting these expectations requires us to move beyond traditional data collection methods and harness the immense value embedded in administrative records. Administrative data have emerged as a valuable resource for strengthening official statistics by enabling the production of more timely, granular, and cost-effective information. In India, the rapid expansion of digital governance has created unprecedented opportunities to harness data generated through various administrative systems for evidence-based policymaking. However, the true value of administrative data lies not merely in their availability, but in their transformation into reliable statistical evidence through robust methodologies, quality standards, and institutional collaboration. As we move towards an integrated data ecosystem, administrative data must complement traditional surveys and censuses while maintaining the highest standards of quality, privacy, and confidentiality. By doing so, we can enhance the relevance, efficiency, and responsiveness of our statistical system and better support the nation's development aspirations. In this context, the role of the statistical community becomes even more important. Statisticians must serve as custodians of quality, objectivity, and scientific rigor. Our responsibility extends beyond producing numbers. We must ensure that data are transformed into credible evidence that informs public debate and supports national development. The theme of Statistics Day 2026 also resonates strongly with India's vision of becoming a data-driven economy and a global leader in digital public infrastructure. Reliable statistics are indispensable for monitoring progress towards sustainable development, measuring economic transformation, evaluating public programs, and ensuring that no section of society is left behind. As we celebrate Statistics Day today, let us reaffirm our commitment to building a modern, integrated, and future-ready statistical system. Together, we can create a statistical ecosystem that is more responsive, more inclusive, and more capable of meeting the information needs of the 21st century. On this occasion, I congratulate all statisticians, data professionals, researchers, and officials who contribute tirelessly to strengthening our national statistical system. Let us continue to advance the vision of a data-informed India, where high-quality statistics serve as a public good and contribute to the nation's progress and prosperity. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and for highlighting the pivotal role of statistics in shaping evidence-based public policy. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at one of the most significant moments of today's inaugural session, the formal releases of a series of flagship publications of the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. The publications being released today reflect MOSPI's continued commitment to strengthening India's statistical architecture by providing timely, reliable, and high-quality data. We now come to the release of the first set of publications. The first publication, Labor Market Dynamics in Million-Plus Cities, is based on data from redesigned Periodic Labor Force Survey. And the second publication, Urban Unincorporated Enterprise Landscape Insights from the Million-Plus Cities, provides the first comprehensive statistical profile of the informal enterprise sector across India's largest cities. May I now request the respected dignitaries on the stage to kindly unveil the first set of publications. Thank you. We now come to a significant set of publications that reflect India's continued commitment to the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development and the achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals. The Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation has been playing a pivotal role in monitoring the country's progress on the SDGs through the National Indicator Framework developed in consultation with central ministries, state governments, United Nations agencies, and other stakeholders. The first set of SDG publications include Sustainable Development Goals, National Indicator Framework Progress Report 2026, and Data Snapshot on Sustainable Development Goals, National Indicator Framework Progress Report 2026. May I request the distinguished dignitaries on the stage to kindly do the honor of unveiling the first set of the publications of SDG. Thank you once again. We now move to the second set of SDG publications comprising of Sustainable Development Goals, National Indicator Framework 2026 along with metadata, and the bulletin titled Transforming Lives, India's Achievements under the People Dimension of the SDGs. These publications provide a comprehensive framework for monitoring India's progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals while showcasing the country's achievements under the people dimension of the SDGs. Together, they reaffirm India's commitment to evidence-based monitoring and to ensuring that no one is left behind in the journey towards sustainable and inclusive development. May I now request the honorable dignitaries on the dais to unveil the final set of the SDG publications. Thank you. We now move to the next set of publications which reflect Ministry's commitment to building a modern, integrated, and future-ready statistical system. The first publication in this set is the MOSPI Vision Document 2026 to 2031. The vision document sets out a strategic direction of the MOSPI in the year ahead. The second publication is the Handbook on Harmonization of Datasets. This handbook is an outcome of the deliberative summit on data harmonization that was held in April this year in Bhubaneswar. May I now request the dignitaries to kindly unveil the publications, and I request the audience to kindly participate in unveiling these publications through a huge round of applause. Thank you. We are confident that these publications will serve as a valuable resource for policymakers, researchers, academicians, and all stakeholders engaged in India's development journey. Ladies and gentlemen, from the release of publications that advance India's statistical knowledge, we now turn to recognizing the individuals whose pioneering work has enriched the field of statistics. It is with immense pride and great honor that I now announce the recipient of the Sukhatme National Award in Statistics for the year 2026. Instituted by the Government of India in memory of Professor P.V. Sukhatme, one of the architects of modern statistical science in India, this prestigious award recognizes statisticians whose outstanding contributions have advanced the frontiers of statistical theory and practices while creating lasting impact on research, policy, and society. For the year 2026, we are privileged to honor a scholar whose pioneering work has significantly shaped several areas of modern statistics and probability, and whose contributions continue to influence researchers and practitioners across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating Professor Arup Bose, former professor from Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. Professor Bose is internationally acclaimed for his seminal contributions to statistical theory, particularly in the area of resampling methods, time series analysis, random matrix theory, free probability, and high-dimensional data analysis. His research has provided powerful tool for analyzing complex and large-scale data sets, with applications across diverse domains, including climate science, agriculture, finance, economics, engineering, and official statistics. His exceptional achievements have been recognized through several eminent honors, including the C.R. Rao National Award in Statistics, the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize in Mathematical Sciences, and the Mahalanobis International Award. In recognition of his lifelong dedication to the advancement of statistical science, and his outstanding contribution to research, education, and the global statistical community, Professor Arup Bose is being presented the Sukhatme National Award in Statistics for the year 2026. May I now request Professor Arup Bose to join us on the stage? May I now request Honorable Chief Guest to present the Sukhatme National Award in Statistics for the year to Professor Arup Bose. Thank you to the respected dignitaries on the stage, and heartiest congratulations to Professor Arup Bose. May I now invite Professor Arup Bose, the recipient of Sukhatme National Award, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off it. I was requested to give a short speech on my life journey. It's more like my academic journey instead of really a life journey, so it will be hopefully a short one. So I begin by acknowledging the support that I received from different agencies of the Indian government. As I studied for my BStat, MStat, and PhD degrees from the Indian Statistical Institute, ISI, during 1975-79, 79-80, and 80-86, I was supported by the Institute's stipends. Subsequently, I received support and encouragement in the form of the C.R. Rao Award from MOSPI in 2003 and the Bhatnagar Award from CSIR in 2004. I am being supported by the J.C. Bose Fellowship from ACRB, which is now ANRF, since 2009. The Sukhatme Award serves as a further boost. I hope I have done justice to all this support. MOSPI instituted the Sukhatme Award in the name of Professor P.V. Sukhatme after his passing away in 1997. Late Professor J.K. Ghosh was the first recipient in 2000. I recall that he was abroad during the nomination process, and it fell upon me to prepare his nomination papers. 3 other winners from the ISI, whom I have known personally for many years, were Professor B.L.S. Prakash Rao in 2008, Professor T.J. Rao, and the late Professor Alok De in 2010. Today, it is my honor to be chosen for this award, and I accept it very humbly from MOSPI. My PhD supervisor was Professor G.J. Babu. Whenever I gave him anything to him for checking, it was back to me the very next day, and there were no exceptions. During his absence, J.K. Ghosh supervised me, and as a consequence, my thesis was in 2 parts: bootstrap in time series and estimation in diffusions. These professors introduced me to many contemporary areas such as use statistics, bootstrap, and random matrices. These became some of my major areas of research. They gave me liberty to explore areas outside my thesis topic. I thoroughly enjoyed the freedom of working with fellow research students and faculty members on a variety of research problems during my PhD days. Professor Rajiv Karandikar, who is in the audience today, and I overlapped as PhD students. Both of us remember fondly how, pursuant to a question I asked him, he wrote an article on some probabilistic aspects of diffusions, and I then applied his results to solve a statistical estimation problem. I always find it most enjoyable to work with students, postdocs, and colleagues, and I've had more than 75 collaborators. After my PhD, I was a faculty at Purdue University during 1987 and 90. Those remain very memorable times as Mousumi and I started our lives together. She is here today. Amid struggles of adjusting to a new place and environment, along with the joys of the birth of our 2 cherished daughters. I returned to my alma mater as a faculty in 1991. Soon after, Mousumi also became a faculty at ISI, and we have been there ever since. Counting from my entry into the BStat program in 1975, that is 50 years at the Institute. In the late 1990s, the renowned House Journal of ISI, Sankhya, was going through very difficult times. I was deeply involved in its recovery as co-editor, managing editor, and editor, spanning 1993 to 2007. This severely cut into my research time, but the effort was worth it. In 1995, I had my first PhD student. With him, I went back to the area of bootstrap and resampling, and together we dived deeply into resampling in independent models. This led to several articles, and one of which that appeared in the Annals of Statistics continues to attract new citations. I had 5 other PhD students, 2 from outside ISI in diffusions and density estimation, and 3 from within ISI who worked on statistical and probabilistic aspects of random matrices. 2 of the theses led to research-level collaborative books. During 2002 to 2005, I was the head of the StatMath unit in ISI. This was a very trying time due to several reasons. When my tenure ended, I felt like a free bird. I ventured into new research areas, especially in probability, earned models, record values, random matrices, etc., and mathematical economics in principal agent problems. Around this time, ISI started a new program for final year MStat students. The most meritorious students were given the option of pursuing a 2-semester dissertation in lieu of 2, later only 1, regular courses. I had the good fortune of supervising more than a dozen such students. Most of these dissertations were in random matrices and have led to research articles in top journals. It is very satisfying to see that they are now faculty at some of the best institutions around the world and have been winning accolades for their achievements. They have been one of my strongest academic pillars. In the last few years, I have been writing books, 7 so far, singly with my former students and with colleagues. Some of them are at the graduate level and some at the research level. Together, they cover topics such as random matrices, non-commutative probability, measure theory, discrete martingales, resampling, etc. Currently, a young colleague and I are challenging ourselves to write a sorely needed, advanced, but accessible book on non-symmetric random matrices. I'm also supervising a postdoc fellow. I'm involved in collaborative work on analysis of climate data, especially using random matrices. My main hobby now is my rooftop garden. When the plants grow too tall, they find a permanent place in my institute. I end by again thanking MOSPI and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, sir. On this occasion, we are deeply honored to have with us Dr. Pramod Kumar Mishra, Principal Secretary to Honorable Prime Minister. Sir is a 1972 batch officer of Indian Administrative Service and has a career profile comprising research, publications, policy formulation, and program management. He has varied work experience in management of programs relating to agriculture, disaster management, power sector, infrastructure, financing, and regulatory issues. His international experience includes research and academic work for over 4 years at the Institute of Development Studies UK, negotiation and execution of ADB and World Bank projects, member of the governing board of the International Crop Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, and participation as expert resource person in several international conferences. As a part of the Prime Minister's office since 2014, Sir is credited with introducing transformative changes, particularly appointment to senior positions in human resource management and effective monitoring of development initiatives. He played a key role in the Government of India's effective response to the unprecedented COVID-19 challenges. As chairman of the Coordination Committee on India's G20 presidency, to coordinate activities of working groups, meetings across states, approaches to substantive issues, preparedness for the summit, and harmonizing functions of various ministries and other relevant agencies, Sir played a key role in its success. As Secretary to Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture during 2006 to 2008, Sir was actively involved in path-breaking national initiatives such as the National Agriculture Development Programme and the National Food Security Mission. Sir published a book entitled The Kutch Earthquake 2001, Recollections, Lessons and Insights in 2005. He wrote a book entitled Agricultural Risk, Insurance and Income published from UK in 1996. He has edited a book on agricultural insurance for the Asian Productivity Organization, Tokyo. A recently published book entitled Recalibrate, Changing Paradigms contains 5 chapters contributed by him. He has published a number of papers in national and international journals and has been invited to many international conferences as a resource person and to present papers. Sir has a PhD in Economics Development Studies from the University of Sussex, UK. He completed MA degree in Development Economics at the University of Sussex in 1990, where his academic performance was rated outstanding by the university. He did his MA in Economics with a first class at the Delhi School of Economics. In 2019, he was conferred with the United Nations Sasakawa Award, the most prestigious international award in disaster management. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, may I now request Sir to kindly address the gathering, please.
Sri Rao Indrajit Singh, Minister of State, Independent Charge for Statistics and Program Implementation, Dr. Saurabh Garg, Dr. Sibal Chattopadhyay, Chairperson, Dr. Sibal Chattopadhyay, Chairperson, National Statistical Commission, Mr. Meshram, Ms. Sunita Bhaskar, Director General and senior officers of the ministry, Professor Arup Bose, the distinguished recipient of the Sukhatrame National Award, representatives of state, other organizations, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be here with all of you on the 20th Statistics Day. We gather, as we do every year on 29 June, the birth anniversary of Professor Mahalanobis to honor his remarkable contribution in building the statistical system of India. His belief that sound statistics are essential for informed governance continues to guide our national development efforts. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation for release of the ministry's vision document for 2026-31, progress reports on the Sustainable Development Goals, and other publications. I would like to congratulate Professor Arup Bose, who has been conferred the Sukhatme National Award that recognizes sustained excellence in statistical profession. The earlier speakers have mentioned a lot about the role of today's theme and many other aspects of our statistical system. As we are all aware, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has always focused on data-driven governance and has given a vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. In this context, this year's theme, Unlocking Potential for Administrative Data, is very relevant. In fact, I would like to say that it marks an inflection point for our statistical system. I will elaborate some of these at a later stage. Before I talk about today's theme, I would like to say a few words about India's contribution to conceptual and analytical aspects of world statistical system. Because India has a glorious past, the statistical system has been acclaimed in the past. India built one of the finest survey-based statistical system in the world in the 1950s. This was necessary because comprehensive administrative records did not exist at scale. Various surveys served as a vital tool for research and policy analysis. The National Sample Survey, which was established in 1950, was then the largest and most sophisticated apparatus of its kind anywhere in the world. The large sample it pioneered drew admiration of statisticians such as R.A. Fisher and was studied and emulated across the developing world. When Professor Mahalanobis founded the Indian Statistical Institute in 1931 and launched the journal Sankhya 2 years later, he was not only creating an academic institution, he was creating an instrument of nation building. The Mahalanobis model gave the intellectual architecture to our second 5-year plan. For generations, India's statistical system was regarded as among the finest in the world and was a source of legitimate national pride. In this connection, I would not just like to repeat as many people do, that we have done very well in our national sample survey and so on. But I would like to give a few personal examples to corroborate the strength and the recognition which our statistical system received in the past. When I was doing my doctoral research at the Institute of Development Studies in UK in the early 1990s, I was amazed to find that much of the development research in development studies, development economics, and papers published those days by even Western economists was based on Indian data because it was the only source of getting credible data. In fact, Professor Michael Lipton, whom I used to interact as she was my research supervisor, used to very eagerly await various rounds of the NSS survey, because NSS rounds after round and different topics, they bring out very, very valuable data based on scientific analysis. Some of his path-breaking concepts were based on field-level data from India. And this was true for several other economists of those days. Another example, when I was doing my postgraduate study in development economics at the University of Sussex, there was a lot of focus on the statistics and econometrics. It was a very pleasant surprise for me those days because I didn't know much about the subject. To come across concepts such as Moholy-Nagy distance, Cramer-Rao bound, and Rao-Blackwell theorem. In fact, those days, hearing about some Indian statistician and all that in UK was really it was like our national pride. The contributions of Professor Moholy-Nagy, Professor C.R. Rao, and Professor Sukhatme are memorable. Professor Sukhatme pioneered sampling methods in agriculture and nutrition, and it is in his honor that we confer the Sukhatme Award, and it is very, very appropriate. After about, I described how India's statistical system, not only the statistical system, but the contribution of India's statisticians was so prominent globally. After about half a century of the journey, the Indian statistical system witnessed a gradual decline in its capability and capacity. Several events led to a situation impacting its credibility. About a decade ago, all of you must be knowing there were several articles in newspapers and other forums and commentaries very critical of our statistical system during the year 2014, 15, 16, and so on. It was, even that time, our Prime Minister was very surprised at how so much of criticism about our system. It was particularly painful for me to see the decline because over the years I had used the products of our statistical system, and also in my various capacities, I had attached importance to the statistical organizations. For example, when I was in Gujarat, I was Secretary Agriculture, that is of course very early, several years, almost 30 years ago. Because in Agriculture Ministry also, the division dealing with agricultural statistics is one of the most less visible, but I used to interact with them. And of course, subsequently, I used to visit even the Bureau of Statistics, which again is a very low profile. When I was Agriculture Secretary in Government of India also, the Agriculture Division, even those days, some of the officers were there from the Indians, very senior officers. It was very interesting to interact with them. The cost of cultivation data, even those days, I found it extremely valuable. The publication which used to come, Agriculture Statistics at a Glance, I used to look for that, and I used to ask whether it can be used, brought out as a regular publication so that people have access. Of course, now it is all online. So with all this, it was very painful to see how our system declined and how critical. Of course, some of the criticisms were not actually based on fact, but we had to face it. So that was, after that, I remember in the year 2019 or so, when I was, of course, already in the Prime Minister's office for 5 years, Mr. Praveen Srivastava, who was then Secretary MOSPI, he once briefed me about a World Bank project that time MOSPI was working on to improve our statistical system. During January 2020, I still distinctly remember, at his suggestion, we organized an interaction at the PMO with MOSPI, Niti Aayog, and the World Bank. That was, as I mentioned, January 2020. At that time, even within our system, even in our office, eyebrows were raised that the Prime Minister's office was spending time in brainstorming on the statistical system instead of spending time on flagship programs and schemes which are more well known. But the idea was not that we had the expertise in statistical systems. The idea was to enable MOSPI to address some of those structural and interministerial issues which had plagued the system so that it can improve its performance. The World Bank project, of course, a lot of work was done by MOSPI. Negotiations were almost completed, but at the last moment, for some technical reasons, it couldn't be finalized. But at the same time, however, under a scheme called Capacity Development Scheme, for 5 years, 2021-26, fund was made available to achieve the same objective. So the system did not lose anything. During the year 2021 and 22, we had an interaction with MOSPI and outside experts. In a meeting on 15 July 2023, we decided to undertake an in-depth analysis to identify measures to reform India's statistical system. On 21 September 2023, a brainstorming meeting was organized to discuss issues plaguing our statistical system. Several issues were identified, like, for example, outdated core data sets. I'm giving all these just to show how things have changed so much, and the achievement of MOSPI, along with, of course, other experts and organizations. And if we try persistently, we can really achieve something. So the issues which were identified, of course, on a very systematic way, though they were well known, like outdated core data sets, delay or non-release of data, as all of you knowing, some controversy arose that data was not released or released late, fragmented statistical architecture, uneven data quality across agencies and states, decline in professional capacity, growing disconnect from user needs, and insufficient adaptation of new data source. Each of these comprise multiple elements. On this, each of item which I mentioned, they had several elements. It was all identified. It was decided to request some expert organization and experts to study the above issues and identify reform which can be undertaken. These organizations were, for example, Niti Aayog, Economic Advisory Council of the Prime Minister, National Statistical Commission, Reserve Bank of India, because they also have a very strong statistical wing, Chief Economic Advisor, and individually Sri Praveen Srivastav, who had already retired. In addition, of course, Dr. G.P. Samanta, who was the then MOSPI secretary, was asked to organize a Chintan Shivir of all officers of the ministry to internally deliberate. Some of you might have, who are there, might have also participated, so that people, the senior officers of the ministry who themselves are handling the day-to-day work, they will be able also to give more realistic ideas and recommendations. Officials at all levels were involved, I was told, in the Chintan Shivir. And from various sources, large number of recommendations were received, several voluminous reports, and it was now issue, and the challenge was how to compile so many reports from Niti Aayog, from experts. In that time, Dr. Vivek Devroy was there, National Statistical Commission, many individuals, and some of the critical papers also were to be studied. We thought whether it should be done in MOSPI, because MOSPI has also prepared based on Chintan Shibir many recommendations. PMO, of course, will not have this expertise, not would like to get into such technical areas. What we did, something innovative, we formed a very small informal committee consisting of two very young Indian statistical officers, I think about 5, 6, 7 year experience, not very senior, and two each, two from Indian Statistical Service, two from Indian Economic Service, and chaired by one deputy director in the Indian Economic Service who was a middle level officer with some experience. And the idea was that this small committee of young people who have the very fresh outlook will go through all those voluminous reports, collect the data, and identify different types of steps that can be taken. The committee had several discussions, of course, with the PMO, including 2 meetings at principal secretary level, that is my level. A total of 274 recommendations were formulated by this small team of young officers. The recommendations were then circulated among all stakeholders to give their comments. Another meeting was held at the level of, again, at the PMO at the highest level on 13th February to work out a way forward. MOSPI was requested to study all the recommendations and develop a time-bound action plan to implement the recommendations. In all these deliberations, all the senior officers, in fact, in all our usually in PMO, the meeting, the practice is to invite the senior most, like MOSPI, the Secretary MOSPI. But in all this, we used to invite all the senior officers, the special director, additional directors also of different divisions of MOSPI. And Dr. G.P. Samanta was, of course, had an open mind, and he also took some pains. Subsequently, MOSPI accepted 216 recommendations out, because we left it to MOSPI, because it is the the organization which is working on the system should identify what should be done. Then after that, an oversight committee comprising one member from the Niti Aayog, one from the National Statistical Commission, and the chief economic advisor was constituted to oversee how the implementation work is going on. In fact, we had two review meetings again in the PMO. One was on the 12th April 2024. Another was on the 23rd August. And of course, by the second meeting was held, by that time, the term of Dr. G.P. Samanta was over, and Dr. Saurabh Garg was inducted to this MOSPI. So that was also a very important event, because that time we thought we need an officer who has not only the background in economics but can have the administrative ability to implement all those. So all these exercises included introduction, as it was mentioned in the video also, like new surveys, updating the macroeconomic, all the base at the series, different series, significant procedural and process-oriented reforms. So this is what MOSPI could do. This is what the system could do. We did not, as I said, the temptation would have been to constitute a new committee which will bring out a voluminous report, another committee to examine the report, but it was not like that, or to engage a consultancy organization. It was all in-house, mostly by MOSPI officers with some assistance from outside, and that's how we could change the way our statistical system is today. Now I would like to focus on today's theme very briefly. Of course, I have taken already a lot of time, but I thought it is important because on the National Statistics Day, it is not merely to just give some sermonizing ideas, say it should be done and all, but just to show that we have the capability, our statistical system, which had a glorious past, had the capability to again revive its past glory. The theme of today, unlocking the potential of administrative data, highlights one of the most significant opportunities before us. India's rapid digital transformation has resulted in the generation of vast volume of administrative data through government programs, digital platforms, service delivery system, regulatory bodies, and sectoral database. These data sets contain valuable insights on economic activity, social development, infrastructure creation, financial inclusion, health, education, and welfare delivery. Despite their richness and scale, however, much of this data remain fragmented across ministries, departments, and organizations, limiting its full potential for governance and policy making. Administrative data must evolve from being a byproduct of departmental process to becoming a strategic national asset. Its effective utilization can support timely evidence-based decision-making, improve program design, and targeting and enhance service delivery and address critical data gap. These efforts need to be well coordinated in all central ministries, departments, states, and UTs, leading to dynamic data catalogs, seamless interoperability across government systems, and fully integrate data ecosystem where information is generated at source, shared securely, and utilized efficiently for governance and policy analysis. As we move towards an increasingly digital future, trust and interoperable data sets, I would like to repeat, trust and interoperable data set will also form the foundation for responsible and effective adoption of artificial intelligence in governance. However, technical investment alone is not sufficient. Building human capacity, data literacy, and analytical competencies across institutions will be equally critical and for success. While promoting data sharing and integration, we must maintain a balanced approach that safeguards privacy, security, and confidentiality. The principles of privacy by design, and alignment with existing legal and policy framework must guide all efforts towards greater data operability. Our statistical system was built to measure what would otherwise remain unseen and to count the citizen whom policy might otherwise miss. Because our data system based on survey was based on this, which can to find out what remains unseen. Adopting and using administrative data is the same mission pursued with new instruments. We are not departing from the original vision of our conventional system. We are expanding it, because use of administrative data is a totally different thing from our conventional system of statistics, sample survey, and so on. We are using a new instrument, but we are not departing but expanding it. The system has shown in recent years that we can do it. We have modernized the way we survey. Field operations now run on computer-assisted personal interviewing with validation built in at point of collation. From January 2025, I am told the sampling design was revised to treat the district as a basic stratum so that estimates can be generated where decisions are actually taken. We have introduced shorter, high-frequency instruments such as comprehensive modular survey, and we have compressed the time between collation and release. Because I remember this issue of that our traditional estimates are for the larger geographies, for example, whether it is GDP and many other estimates. Actually, they are very accurate for the country, fairly accurate for the state, but they were not so accurate for the district traditionally. In fact, I remember when the crop insurance was introduced, that's of course in the later part of 1980s and early 90s. And after some years, the block was used as a unit. And that time the question was how to have the estimate, the crop estimate, the yield estimate for a block. That was a very big challenge, because all our production estimates were for districts, not below that. That time we utilized the Indian Agricultural Statistics Research Institute, set up originally by Professor Sukhatme. And they, I think, suggested some small sample methodology. The ministry is modernizing, as we have seen, many measures. The base year of our principal indicator, GDP and consumer price index and so on, have also been modified. And most relevant today, we have begun to build the foundation of an administrative data system. The national metadata structure in the 2.0 form provides the common framework of the concept, definition, and classification, without which records from different ministries cannot be brought together. Machine-readable forms and open APIs are replacing the manual returns. Performance such as proformas such as e-Sankhiki and GeoStat and other, they are also reforming and changing the way we analyze our data. As we look back, it is a success story, as I have already mentioned, of MOSPI and our statistical system, including various expert organizations. Several challenges were addressed by MOSPI and a few expert organizations. No new committee, as I have said, was formed, and no consultancy agency was engaged. A small team of young officers played a key role in distilling huge volume of ideas and suggestions. MOSPI, its leadership, and senior officers played a key role in realizing the objective. The PMO, the Prime Minister's Office, was a catalyst and a facilitator, encouraged MOSPI and enabled it to effectively use its experience, expertise, and capabilities. Now I would say a few words before I close on the future directions. The future direction is one our Prime Minister himself has set. As he mentioned on the last Civil Service Day, and I quote, "We must become experts in data-driven decision-making so that policy design and implementation become more accurate," unquote. In this context, in the context of the vision document which was released today, its commitment to AI-driven data sets, I would like to leave you with 3 questions that merit our collective thought. The first is the question of trust. Administrative data is only as valuable as governance around it. A survey estimate carries a known methodology, a measurable margin of error, and a chain of custody we can defend. An administrative figure carries the purpose for which it was first collected, which was really statistics. Before we can stand behind such data, as we stand behind a survey, we must build the architecture of quality, privacy, and standards that earn public confidence. This is the first question. The second is the question of independence. For 75 years, the credibility of our statistics has rested in part on our control of the instrument. The ministry designed the survey, it drew the sample, it owned the estimate. As the center of gravity shifts towards records that other ministries generate and own, as in case of administrative data, we must consider carefully how that independence is preserved. And the third question, the question of artificial intelligence itself. I have, on an earlier occasion, when I spoke at the Nalanda University convocation some time ago, I had suggested that the incorporation of AI is among the frontiers that our analytical institutions must pursue. But the same technology that promises so much also puts hard questions on us. If a figure is imputed or now cast by a model, can the statistical system audit it, explain it, and own it as it owns a survey result? The model learns only from the data it is given, and it will faithfully reproduce whatever biases and gaps that it contains. It can lend false confidence to the very blind spots we intend to remove. These are not reasons for hesitations. We should not hesitate because these are the challenges we can think of. These are not reasons for hesitations. They are reasons for rigor. They are reasons for a more rigorous approach. When an instrument of an earlier era no longer fit a changed world, when the instruments of an earlier era no longer fit a changed world, the task is not to force the world back to the old frame, but to fashion new instruments and to hold them to the same standards we have always demanded. While closing, let me close with two convictions. First, the potential of administrative data will be unlocked not by technology alone, but by the institutional architecture we build around it. The standards and safeguards and the independence that turn raw records into statistics a nation can trust. Second, our task is at its heart unchanged. It is the task that Professor Mahalanobis set for himself to ensure that state governs on the basis of facts and logic rather than perception and intuition, and that every citizen, however remote, is counted. Viksit Bharat will be measured before it is achieved. Viksit Bharat will be measured before it is achieved. It will be a nation where every decision is backed by data, and every citizen is counted, and no one is left behind. That is quiet but essential work of the ministry. Professor C.R. Rao, who learned his craft at the Indian Statistical Institute, expressed the conviction that animates our profession better than I can. In his words, all knowledge, I quote, all knowledge in final analysis is history. All sciences are in abstract mathematics. All judgments are in their rational statistics, unquote. If every judgment is in its rational statistics, then the quality of a nation's decisions can be no better than the quality of its data and the standards we set for that data. That is the responsibility this ministry carries, and that is why the theme of the Statistic Day matters. Finally, I thank the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation for inviting me to address the August gathering. I congratulate again Professor Anup Bose, the recipient of the prestigious Sukhatme Award. I extend my warm good wishes to every member of this remarkable professional community. I am sure we will be able to take our Indian statistical system to greater heights in the days to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your words have been both thought-provoking and encouraging, leaving us with much to reflect upon as we continue our collective efforts towards strengthening India's statistical system. Thank you, sir. As we all know, innovation flourishes when supported by visionary leadership. And we are indeed fortunate that our Honorable Minister has consistently encouraged new ideas and transformative initiatives, guiding the ministry towards greater achievements and excellence. It is my privilege to introduce Rao Inderjeet Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge of MOSPI, Minister of State, Independent Charge of the Ministry of Planning, and Minister of State in the Ministry of Culture. Sir is the descendant of Rao Tularam, a freedom fighter of India's first war of independence in 1857. He started his political career way back in 1977 and has held several significant portfolios in center as well as in state government. Along with his remarkable political career, Sir has been a member of the Indian shooting team from 1990 to 2003. Sir is a national champion in skeet discipline for 3 times and has secured 3 gold medals in South Asian Games. Sir was instrumental in promoting Paralympic sports in the country. Sir is 6th term MP Lok Sabha from Haryana and has a key role in development of Millennium City Gurgaon and its adjacent areas. Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation has attained new heights under his able guidance and leadership. May I now request Honorable Minister Rao Inderjeet Singh Ji to kindly address the gathering and enlighten us with his words.
Dr. P.K. Mishra, Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, Dr. S. Chattopadhyay, newly commissioned Chairperson of the National Statistical Commission, Dr. Saurabh Garg, Secretary MOSPI, Shri P.R. Maheshram, DG MOSPI, participants from international organizations, officers from various central and state governments, representatives of various national organizations, educational institutions, representatives from the media and officers of MOSPI, ladies and gentlemen. I have been attending the annual Statistics Day for the last many years. And this is for the first time that I've had the PMO's representative here give such an exhilarating and inspiring speech. Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for having set the roadmap for the future. And then you have based it on a groundwork that you have taken from the 90s. Not only the 90s, you started from the 1950s when India was a superpower in statistics. And then you have done it over the decades, how it declined. And how after 2000, through the efforts of the officers of the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, you have been able to revive it somewhat. Not fully, not all praise, but critical analysis of what MOSPI has been and what it could be. Today, over the last 2 decades, MOSPI has traversed from the pinnacle of achievement to perhaps the depths or the hollows of non-achievement. Whatever I say here now, for you gentlemen and ladies, I am not qualified to say anything on statistics because I am not a statistician. How the PMO has intervened in general, and how Mr. Mishra has acted personally in this capacity as a representative of the PMO and the Prime Minister, I think the roadmap has been set. India needs to become a Viksit nation by 2047. And it can only be done on the basis of data that is not only genuine, it has not been tampered with. The theme of the address, the 3 stages that he has addressed, how it was, how it will be, and how it should be, have all, I think, inspired all of us. I won't like to take any further time. I don't think I add any much further. I only say this, that the team of officers that are today at the helm of affairs in MOSPI are doing a great job,
and your inspiring contribution to today's Statistics Day will carry us forward with great vigor for the next 1 year till the next Statistics Day in 2027. And hopefully whatever you have said will be acted upon, and hopefully what we have all dreamed will happen in 2047 as the Prime Minister's wishes. Thank you for coming and addressing us, and thank you and everybody for coming over and listening to him. And I hope that all this thing that he has said to us will carry us forward into the future. And in 2047, we should be a Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
माननीय मंत्री महोदय, आपके प्रेरणादायी संबोधन के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद। आपके कुशल नेतृत्व में यह मंत्रालय देश की प्रगति में निरंतर महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है। Now it is my privilege to invite Srimati Sunita Bhaskar, Additional Director General, Coordination and International Cooperation Division, MOSPI, who is an officer of Indian Statistical Service 1996 batch, to deliver the formal vote of thanks on this special occasion, please.
Esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. P.K. Mishra, Principal Secretary to the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Ministry of Planning and Ministry of Culture, Sri Rao Indrajit Singh, Dr. Saurabh Garg, Secretary MOSPI, Dr. Saibal Chattopadhyay, Chairperson, National Statistical Commission, Sri P.R. Meshram, Director General, Data Governance, MOSPI, members of NSC, former Chairperson and members of NSC, UN Resident Commissioner, Director Generals, Additional Director Generals of MOSPI, eminent panelists and presenters, representatives of central ministries and departments, state governments and union territory administrations, senior officers, former ISS officers, all the dignitaries, representatives of international agencies, our valued knowledge partners, media representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I am privileged and honored to propose the vote of thanks.
Ma'am, side.
Thank you. I am privileged and honored to propose the vote of thanks on this momentous occasion of the national level celebration of the 20th Statistics Day, observed every year on the 29th of June in commemoration of the birth anniversary of the doyen of Indian statistics, the late Professor Prasanta Chandra Mahalanobis, whose vision laid the foundation of our country's statistical system. This inaugural session of the 20th Statistics Day has witnessed proud moments of paying homage to late Professor P.C. Mahalanobis, deliberations on the recent achievements of MOSPI, and reforms for overcoming the challenges and meeting the future requirements in alignment with the theme of this year's Statistics Day, Unlocking the Potential of Administrative Data. At the outset, on behalf of the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, I extend our deepest gratitude to our Chief Guest, Dr. P.K. Mishra, Principal Secretary to the Honorable Prime Minister, for gracing this occasion despite his extremely busy schedule and for delivering an inspiring keynote address. His insightful guidance on harnessing the potential of administrative data for governance has set a clear direction for the statistical system and will continue to guide all of us in the years ahead. We are profoundly grateful to the Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge of MOSPI, Sri Rao Indrajit Singh Ji, for his gracious presence, his motivating address, and his steadfast leadership and patronage. His vision and constant encouragement have been the driving force behind the ministry's endeavors for a robust, modern, and responsive statistical system towards Viksit Bharat 2047. I express sincere gratitude to Dr. Saurabh Garg, Secretary MOSPI, for setting the context for today's deliberations and for his able stewardship of the ministry. I also extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Saibal Chattopadhyay, Chairperson, National Statistical Commission, for his valuable address and words of guidance to the statistical community. I take this opportunity to congratulate Professor Arup Bose, the recipient of the prestigious Professor P.V. Suhatme National Award in Statistics. Your outstanding contribution to the discipline of statistics is a matter of pride for the entire community, and we thank you for the inspiring words shared with us today. I express sincere gratitude to all the members of NSE for their gracious presence on this occasion. I extend heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries and participants, UN Resident Commissioner, former chairperson and members of the NSE, all the Director Generals and ADGs, the representatives of central ministries and departments, state governments and union territory administrations, international agencies, knowledge partners, academia, serving and retired ISS officers, the officers and staff of MOSPA, and all the participants joined offline and online for their active and enthusiastic participation, which has made the celebration truly meaningful and successful. I appreciate the efforts taken by all of you to join MOSPA today to make this occasion memorable. I would also like to place on record our sincere appreciation for the distinguished moderators, presenters, and panelists of the forthcoming technical session on From Silos to Synergy, Advancing Administrative Data Harmonization. This occasion has also marked the release of several important publications. I thank all the officers and teams who worked tirelessly behind these valuable knowledge products. Special thanks are also due to the Press Information Bureau and to all the representatives from media for their presence and for their valuable role in disseminating the spirit and substance of Statistics Day to the public. The success of an event of this scale rests on countless arrangements, and we are deeply grateful for the dedicated efforts of each one contributed towards the successful conduct of the Statistics Day 2026. The General Administration of the Ministry for the meticulous planning and flawless execution of all the logistical arrangements. The Media and Publicity Unit of MOSPA for their excellent support in the audiovisual presentations and outreach measures. I convey my sincere appreciation to each one of them, the organizing committees, technical teams, support staff, and volunteers for their collective and committed efforts. I now extend our sincere thanks to the authorities of Dr. Ambedkar International Center, New Delhi, for providing us with this magnificent venue and excellent facilities. As we conclude the inaugural session of this 20th Statistics Day, let us rededicate ourselves to the ideals of Professor Mahalanobis and to the theme of this year, unlocking the potential of administrative data so that we may build a stronger, integrated, and more trusted statistical system in the service of the nation. With these words, I once again thank each one of you most sincerely for your gracious presence and contributions towards the successful organization of Statistics Day 2026. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we conclude the inaugural session. I'd request the dignitaries on the stage to please come forward for a group photograph to commemorate this moment. Thank you. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Minister, and other dignitaries on the stage for taking time out of their busy schedule to grace this celebration. May I also request to all the media members to conclude their coverage as the inaugural session has concluded. . 。   . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated as we are about to begin the first technical session of this day. We are about to begin the technical session shortly. I'll request everyone to kindly be seated. We are about to begin the technical session. I request everyone to kindly take their seats. We will be having enough time for networking. I once again request everyone to please take their seats. We are about to begin the technical session. I request everyone to kindly take their seats. Everyone standing, I request to kindly be seated. We are about to begin the technical session. Ladies and gentlemen, with the successful conclusion of the inaugural session, we now move to the technical session of Statistics Day 2026, centered around this year's theme, Unlocking the Potential of Administrative Data. Administrative data has emerged as a powerful resource for strengthening official statistics by complementing survey data, improving efficiency, reducing respondent burden, and enabling more timely and granular insights for policy making. Today's session brings together distinguished experts from government, partner institutions who have been at the forefront of leveraging administrative data for better governance. May I now take the honor of inviting the moderator of this technical session, Shri P.R. Meshram, Director General, Data Governance, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation on the stage. Sir is an officer of 1992 batch of Indian Statistical Service and has over 3 decades of experience in the Indian statistical system. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sir on stage. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Stephen Prisner, United Nations Resident Coordinator in India, who has been instrumental in advancing collaboration between the United Nations and the Government of India on sustainable development and evidence-based policy making. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Pramod Kumar Meherda, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Sir is an officer of 1997 batch of Indian Administrative Service from Odisha cadre. Now, I would like to invite Shri Alok Kumar, Principal Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Sir is an officer of 1998 batch of Indian Administrative Service from Uttar Pradesh cadre. Now, I invite Shri Ajoy Sharma, Additional Secretary and Director General under the Ministry of Labour and Employment. Sir is an officer of 1999 batch of Indian Administrative Service from Punjab cadre. And finally, I would like to call upon stage Ms. Meenal Karanwal, Project Director, Government of Maharashtra. Ma'am is an officer of 2019 batch of Indian Administrative Service from Maharashtra cadre. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the moderator and distinguished speakers for this technical session. Before proceeding with the session, I would like to request Mr. Harshad Agrawal, Deputy Director, to felicitate Shri P.R. Meshram, Director General, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sujit Pradhan, Deputy Director, to felicitate Mr. Stephen Prisner, UN Resident Coordinator in India. Now I would like to call Ms. Bhavna Joshi, Deputy Director, to felicitate Dr. Pramod Kumar Meherda, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Now, I would like to call Mr. Shantanu Dikshit, Deputy Director, to felicitate Shri Alok Kumar, Principal Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Now, I would like to call Mr. Saurabh Kant, Deputy Director, to felicitate Shri Ajoy Sharma, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Labour and Employment. Now, I would like to call Mr. Saurabh Sablania, Deputy Director, to felicitate Ms. Meenal Karanwal, Project Director, Government of Maharashtra. Thank you so much. With that, may I now invite Shri P.R. Meshram, Director General, Data Governance, to kindly take over the proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all of you to this session where presentations on use cases on potential of administrative data for public goods will be made. As you know, government, state and center, we are having lots of administrative data, but it has not been used for the properly for public goods, and if we require to use it, we need to make it interoperable by harmonizing it and standardizing it using common coding pattern, etc. We have a lot of discussion on this in the inaugural session. Everybody has explained all those things. And on these aspects, we have also had a national summit, national deliberative summit in April at Bhubaneswar. And we have detailed discussed there with the problems what government, central and state are having in harmonizing the data sets, how we can take it forward, and a report we have made ultimately by preparing a timeline for making data interoperable by different states, and the report is already available on our website. Similarly, now in the inaugural session we have released a handbook on data harmonization. This will be also very handy if someone we want to take it further. Meantime, some states have already worked on this aspect, say states and central ministries, and they have triangulated various data sets to get various insights for benefit of the people, for delivery of services to the public, and also for making policy decisions. Such 4 cases we will discuss today, and I hope this will be very encouraging to all. These cases will be presented by Dr. Pramod Meherda, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture. He will speak on AgriStack. Then Shri Ajay Sharma, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Labour, will present you the India's social security data processing exercise. And Shri Alok Kumar, Principal Secretary Planning, Government of Uttar Pradesh, will provide you discuss about the family ID they have prepared for transforming administrative data into proactive welfare delivery. And Ms. Meenal Karanwal, Project Director from Maharashtra, she will speak about the Mahavistar. I am confident this will be very interesting and encouraging presentations. Some of you may like to replicate it, and lot of scope it is having. And we will have those discussion. I will request the presenters when they will present to restrict to 10 minutes slot for making their presentation, so that we can have question answers after the presentation, all 4 presentations. We are also having with us Mr. Stephen Prisner, UNRC in India. So before start of this presentation, I request Mr. Prisner to deliver his address on Statistics Day and the related theme of related to this unlocking the theme of today's, that is unlocking administrative data. With this, I request now first to Mr. Prisner, please.
I don't need this. Can you see me? I'm quite tall. I think if I have this, I'm a bit too tall. It's okay, no? Very warm greetings from the side of the United Nations. My name is Stephen Prisner. I am the United Nations Resident Coordinator. And first of all, let me convey to the distinguished panel, but also to all the distinguished MOSPI colleagues and other officials, my sincere congratulations to the auspicious occasion of the 20th Statistic Day. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of today could not be timelier. We are only 4 years from 2030. The SDG clock is running fast. And the promise of the 2030 agenda, that no one should be left behind, remains unfinished business in too many places. Leaving no one behind is both a commitment and a measurement challenge. You cannot reach people you cannot see. You cannot serve their communities if they do not appear in your data and if it's not up to date. Administrative data is a valuable instrument of ensuring timely measurement of progress across many SDGs, especially at a disaggregated local level. Surveys occur less frequently and are important for understanding causal relationships, but they often only produce new insights every 3 to 4 years. Administrative data fills this gap by providing more timely, regular proxies of progress. They make it possible to establish tailored indices, such as the SDG India Index, which the government has developed in collaboration with the United Nations system in India. And they enable fine-tuned, localized goal setting and strategies to ensure SDG localization. And let me take this opportunity to congratulate the government of India for, I think, an unparalleled system of SDG monitoring. I'm very proud to be assigned to your country and having such a robust system in place that is not only covering the national level, but also the state level and much further down, district and even sometimes panchayat level. The SDG National Indicator Framework Progress Report, released today, contributes to exactly that effort. And on behalf of the United Nations, I strongly welcome this report, and I hope it continues to be used for improved monitoring and reporting. Administrative data has been around for a long time. So why has it not fulfilled its potential? Because so far we have treated it as a byproduct of governance rather than an asset of governance. Every time a farmer registers for a scheme, every time a worker is enrolled in social security, every time a child is vaccinated in an ASHA worker's doorstep, data is generated. The question becomes how we use that data to not only measure progress, but also to drive and accelerate change. I look forward to hearing about the examples today, the Social Security data pooling exercise, AgriStack, Family ID, MaVistar, and I'm sure they will provide insightful answers to that question. They represent the move from fragmented data sets towards integrated, interoperable systems that improve welfare delivery and deepen inclusion. But realizing this potential requires I think, getting four things right. First, trust. And Principal Secretary P.K. Mishra already elaborated on this, of course, but also from the United Nations side, just to stress that administrative data is data about people. Its value depends on whether people trust how it's collected, shared, and used. Clear legal frameworks, institutional accountability, privacy by design, and safeguards against misuse are not optional. Data without governance is a risk, not an asset. Number two, harmonization. The promise does not come from generating more data. It comes from making existing data more usable and consistent across institutions. The handbook on harmonization released today is a welcome tool in this regard. The panel this afternoon goes to the heart of it. Third, outcomes are more important than outputs. Administrative data tells us about the operation of programs, but we must not confuse the functioning of a system with the improvement of a life. This is a means-end relationship, but let's not keep the end, overshadowed by the means. Survey data, civil registration, community feedback remain essential. They are not competitors to administrative data, they complete the picture. And finally, and fourth, local capacity. The most sophisticated system is only as good as the frontline official who enters the data. The Panchayat secretary, the district officer, if they lack the skills and support to record and use data well, anything built upon such data is an edifice built on sand. India is at the frontier of what is possible using administrative data at scale. And this is also powered by its unique and unparalleled digital public infrastructure, which has enabled, I think, India to leapfrog, ahead of many other countries that maybe were more developed in those areas only a decade or 15 years ago. The United Nations stands ready to support this groundbreaking work through technical support, global standards, and through our commitment to keeping human dignity at the center of the data agenda. And let me take this opportunity to emphasize how much we value the partnership with our MOSPI colleagues and its committed work towards the betterment of people. I conclude with two thoughts. The number we generate represent people with real needs. Every person deserves to be counted, to be seen, and to be served. Nobody is to be left behind. Thank you very much.
So now we can start with our presentations as given in your schedule. So now I request Shri Ajay Sharma, Additional Secretary, to kindly make his presentation.
Can somebody put the presentation on? Presentation? Good morning, everyone. Congratulations to all the officers here on this day, which is actually very, very important if we look at the journey of India till now and journey we are going to cover till we become Viksit Bharat by 2047. And not only to that, but I would say for eternity. So the topic of my presentation today is about India's social protection data polling exercise. So this case study, or I would say, this presentation speaks on a subject which reinforces that statistics are not merely numbers, but a means for global recognition, policy correction, and better delivery. India has built one of the largest social protection systems in the world. However, for many years, the full scale of the system was not adequately reflected in global databases. So this presentation covers or will cover how we could correct it. Presentation broadly is in three parts. First part will cover what are the different dimensions of the social protection and why is the data so important in this regard. Second, why did India's coverage appear much lower in international comparisons while we had so much of coverage on the ground, and how could, through a whole of government approach, this picture could be corrected. And the third part, I would focus on why does India need its own national social protection dashboard. So the central hypothesis or message, I would say, of this presentation is very simple. Good schemes need good data, and good data gives credibility to good governance. So if we look at the social protection system, then social protection system can be thought of as a safety net covering vulnerabilities across different stages of life. It can be, social protection can be provided in cash or in kind. It can be contributory or non-contributory. Non-contributory such as food security, health protection. Similarly, contributory, as we know that the people or the employees contribute towards provident fund or insurance. In simple terms, social protection is a protective umbrella that supports people when they face vulnerabilities, be it because of age, illness, maternity, or family distress. Next slide talks about different dimensions of the social protection. So let us understand this through a life of one person. Let us call this person Asha. So when Asha is born, she needs support such as for nutrition, health checkups, vaccination, and early childhood services, which protect her in the most vulnerable years of her life. When Asha starts going to school, she may need school meals, textbooks, uniforms, scholarships, so that poverty does not become a reason for her dropping out of education. When she grows up further and becomes a mother, she needs maternity benefits, healthcare, and nutrition support. During her working years, she may need employment support, health protection, insurance against sickness, or workplace injury. If her family faces distress or there is an issue with regard to food security, again, one of the social protection system comes into play. And when she grows old, she needs pension, dignity, and income security. So social protection is not one scheme or one benefit. It is a life cycle support system. So this slide is very important. It talks about a chain, that is delivery, data, and recognition. Delivery, when we say delivery means schemes and benefits actually reaching to citizens on the ground. But delivery alone does not automatically become visible in national or global assessment until unless that these benefits are properly measured, classified, validated, deduplicated, and the data is reported. And we know that the good data also helps answer the questions: who is covered, who is left out, where should policy focus. When this delivery is converted into this credible data, it becomes evidence, and when this evidence is reported in a recognized format, it leads to national and global recognition. So the connection is very clear. Delivery creates impact, Data converts that impact into evidence, and recognition gives that evidence the credibility. Therefore, the issue was not about expanding social protection, but it is more about how to convert this delivery, which is already there, and we already have a very strong social protection system. So how should that delivery convert into credible data, and how should we be able to convert this credible data into rightful recognition? So this picture tells about our social protection coverage as told by the ILO data set. So this tells about 2015 baseline. If we look at India's picture, it is mostly in pink. That means the legends are not that visible, but I would tell you it is less than 20% social protection coverage. So these global data sets or dashboards compare countries across the globe, but this accuracy of these comparisons depend on the accuracy and completeness of the data reported. If the reporting is incomplete, then the global picture is also incomplete. So we can see from this picture itself that India's case is not of the low delivery, but it is about not fully reflecting the scale of benefits being delivered on the ground. So we can have a look at this slide. So this tells a story. The last slide was in 2015. The baseline was 2015. But this slide tells about the picture in 2019. Even in 19, the social protection coverage in India was 24%, much below than the global average. Global average is somewhere in 2019, it was more than 50%. And we knew that lot of social protection schemes are there on the ground, be it food security, health protection, pensions, employment support, and apart from the central welfare schemes, the states are also kind of having their own different schemes. However, this picture on the ground and the data on your dashboards, ILO dashboards, it was a complete mismatch. So ILO in its data set gives this global kind of a comparison, and ILO being a subject matter for Ministry of Labor and Employment, so ministry looked at this data, then why is this mismatch? In last 10-12 years, we have in fact increased our social protection cover like anything, and despite that, our progress, in data, we only moved from 19 to 24%. That's when we started looking at the data, and we found that the gaps are because of the following. The data set which ILO considered, it only consisted of 7 center fraction schemes. If we talk about state schemes, those are missing. In-kind benefits, food security, which we are providing to more than 80 crore of the people, that was missing. Again, the social welfare schemes are run by different ministries, different departments, and there was no linkages between them. So data was fragmented, and whatever data that was available, again, the reporting formats and the reporting formats were very different. So we could find out that if we work on these, definitely we can present a better picture of India's social security cover or social protection cover. Before going to what we did, let's first have a look at different systems around the globe, different initial systems. So if we look at the United Kingdom's social protection data cover, then they have kind of collated the data or combined the social welfare schemes data through a national insurance number. Similarly, United States have weaved their social protection system around social security number. Similarly, Canada, Netherlands and Mexico also had their unique identifier through which they could know that a particular person is getting these and these benefits, and everything was kind of compiled based on this number. In India, if we look at India's thing, we have a very strong system of digital public, I would say, the digital public infrastructure. Jan Dhan provides you, or it enables financial inclusion. Aadhaar enables your identity, eKYC, deduplication. Direct benefit transfer has been the case in many of our welfare schemes. Mobile and UPI have improved transparency and traceability. So India has strong building blocks, but if we look at the social protection data coverage or social protection coverage view, then it is missing because of the fragmented data, and somehow we could not use these digital tools to kind of bring together all these data sets. So, as I said earlier, because this data set or global data set belong to ILO, and ILO being looked after by Ministry of Labour and Employment, so a Minister of Labour and Employment took a lead role in kind of understanding that what are the gaps and how could we fill it. So first and foremost thing, everyone would guess that we had to bring on board all the owners of the data, be it different ministries, different departments, or the state governments. We started with first of all from the central ministries, and we try to kind of standardize the data sets for creating unique beneficiary view, I would say, and a view that is credible or that can be considered by the global agencies. It was very important that we align with the ILO's social protection definition, and we, after collating all this data, we present the India's real story to the world. And so what I want to say is that we started and we knew that the only whole of government approach can work if we have to kind of undertake this kind of humongous exercise. So, and the exercise had to be credible, and for that it was important that the selection of the schemes to be covered under social protection data pooling exercise, they have to be credible. So 4 things were kept in mind, and not every welfare activity would automatically be counted for social protection. So this criteria, the first thing was the scheme should have a statutory or legal basis. It should be a properly notified scheme. Second, the scheme should provide an actual benefit to people or households, either in cash or kind. Third, the benefit should be regular or periodic, not merely one-time administrative activity. And fourth, the purpose should be social protection, that it should cover anybody during his vulnerability or his or her vulnerability. So this ensured that India's submission of the data was credible. So this is the main slide. So this is the exercise. So it looks simple that we would collect the data from the ministries, and then we had the standardized form. It was not simple collection of Excel sheets from different departments. The users were created where the owners themselves kind of put all the data in the standardized schema, and that data was uploaded on a system which was created for it. So we, as you all know, that eShram is a data set or database of unorganized workers. So we extended eShram and got the data collected on that platform. And then obviously we created the analytics dashboard, and Aadhaar hash was used for deduplication. More than 162 crore records were processed and deduplicated. I will skip this slide, which simply says that Aadhaar hash was used for deduplication purposes. And definitely, because we didn't have our own national data dashboard, so we had to kind of rely on the dashboard of ILO, and it was important for us to engage with ILO. A lot of technical derivations were held with them. Technical missions came to India, and when we presented data to them, so increasing, so in 2023, that protection coverage increased to 48%. When they got the data, they were like, how can it happen? And their technical missions came, they interacted with the ministry, they interacted with the states, and we were able to convince that this is the credible data, and all these schemes were already on the ground. It was only about standardizing the data and kind of creating a credible pool. And we got them convinced, and as a result, this is the picture. In 2015, the baseline was only 19%, which increased to 64.3%, covering 940 million people with at least one social protection scheme. And mind you, in this 64.3%, because it is the exercise is for the dashboard of ILO, they do not count the public distribution system or a food security system, or for that matter, PMJ scheme under this. So this data is extra. So actually India's social protection cover is much more than 64.3% if we include these schemes as well. In the earlier side, India was completely pink. It was like less than 20%. Now our cover is almost in the top countries, and you would be very happy to note that India got this very prestigious ESA award for increasing this social protection coverage to 940 million people. So we are just second after China in absolute terms, and we are very hopeful that in a year or two we will reach or we will cross China. So you will be very happy to know that in 2026, as per preliminary estimates of ILO, this number has crossed 100 crores. So this is a big achievement, and I would really like to compliment the officers of Indian Statistical Services who have been in the ministry and have worked day and night. I think Piyush is here, sitting here, and I would ask all of you to give a big hand to the person who has really put his day and night for this purpose. So I will take just 1 or 2 minutes more, sir. Now, going forward, till now, what we are doing to create an image or create a data set which is very important, that we should have a very good global standing, but we also need our own national dashboard. Right now what we are doing is every year we are collecting data and kind of presenting that picture to the world. However, what we need is API based kind of dashboards which are connected to all states, departments, so that the real-time monitoring is there. We don't have to depend on any external agency. Again, their bandwidth is limited. They kind of update data periodically, in sometimes in 2 years, but we need this kind of data on regular basis. Why we need this data? I will just skip this slide because of now. This is one important use case for this data. Now, you must have read, and many of you must be knowing this, that we have signed this free trade agreement with UK recently. Again, along with this FTA, we have also signed SSA, Social Security Agreement with UK, and it now these countries were earlier not ready to sign SSAs with us. Why? They said that your social protection cover is hardly anything. So how can there be a kind of a agreement between the workers coming from our place and your workers going there? You hardly have any kind of social protection coverage. That is why it is very important to have a very good standing in the global database. And it helped us negotiate this SSA, and we could save 4,000, we will be able to save 4,000 crore rupees per annum that was earlier withheld by the UK government in the name of social security protection cover or premium. Now we are looking ahead with, or we are very confident that with this data set we would be able to negotiate SSA with USA as well, and it will save around 30,000 crore rupees a year of the Indian workers who are working there. And if they had the earlier, whenever they come prematurely to India from US back, then all this money or contribution was forfeited. Now on the patterns of UK, this contribution, we hope that we would be able to get this deposited in our EPFO only, or money will remain in the country itself. So 30,000 crore rupees per annum is a big thing, and this exercise has helped a lot in this regard. So again, my last slide, sir. So it is about, it's a simple formula at your right: strong scheme, strong data plus strong dashboard. It improves your, or it strengthens your social protection credibility. And with these words, I thank you, sir, and thank you all for listening it patiently. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ajay, for explaining how credible data can help in delivery of schemes. Now I request Dr. Pramod Meherda for AgriStack.
Good afternoon and greetings to everyone on the National Statistics Day, celebrated in memory of Professor Mahalanobis, who laid the vision of the foundation for the Indian statistical system. So I'll start from there. Traditionally, official statistics have been collected through census and surveys. But they remain, of course, they remain indispensable. But there is a large volume of data which has been talked about since morning today, which is generated through administrative machineries in states, in departments, in ministries. And this is voluminous data in health, education, and tax systems, agriculture. But the challenge is that this administrative data is not created for statistical purposes, and largely it is driven by the objectives of that organization, created for governance, but not essentially specifically for statistical purposes. And therefore they have developed over decades. They have different formats, different standards, different ways of exchanging, and therefore it is not a question today that we do not have administrative data. We have enough. But the real question is whether this administrative data can actually be harmonized into unique common identifiers, formats, and standards, so that the data become reliable, interoperable, and assist in governance as well as for statistical purposes. So the first question is, even before going how do we do it, why do we at all need harmonized data? It is because every administrative data set, as I said earlier, it reflects the need of the department or the organization, and consequently, obviously, diversity has to be natural. So because of their needs, they will have different formats, different standards, different terminologies, different identifiers, and so this diversity finally leads to what? It limits the interoperability of the data systems for any of its reuse in other systems. So, but however, when we harmonize this administrative data through common standards and protocols, it can provide real-time statistics, real-time insights. It can reduce repeated, data collection, and would also ensure interoperability between different systems, and it allows different data systems to work together. Now, what did we do in agriculture basis this challenge and the objectives here? We created an agri stack which answered three important questions. The first one is who is a farmer? So, and the farmer, whether he's a landowner or he's a sharecropper, tenant, what does he cultivate? Second is, what are his land parcels? And where are these land parcels located? Which means you geo-reference these land parcels. They are geo-tagged so that you can tell them whether the owner has where, which place, which village, which side, where in the village, block, district, and the state. And finally, what does he cultivate? What does he grow? And this was achieved through harmonization of data within the states which hold these data of farmers, data of land records, and data of crop zone data. So today, we have over 10 crore farmer IDs and 5.5 lakh villages which have been geo-referenced, and I will tell how it was done. And in Rabi, the last Rabi, we covered more than 31.3 crore plots for crop grown data. So, what was our harmonization framework? As everyone here knows, that agriculture and land records are state subjects, and therefore we have to work collaboratively with the states. And the first thing was that we have to understand that these systems have to be federated. We have to respect the ownership of the data by the states and not try and create, redesign these systems, which is actually not feasible nor desirable. We would not want them to replace them also, because they have been developed over decades. Immediately they cannot be done, but there is a looping system, there is a feedback system through which over the years they would try and become common to each other, but not right away. So what do we do right away? We would preserve diversity of the states, but create a common data exchange standard so that the data becomes interoperable. Data remains with the states, but the federated approach would allow the interoperability between different systems, and the heterogeneity would then be addressed by common standards, creating mapping tables, and then validating this. Create mapping tables between AgriStack and the land record system, between AgriStack and the crop data system, between AgriStack and georeferencing systems, and then do POCs, pilots, to validate it at the field level, whether this standard exchange does work at the field level or not. And when this looping feedback system, starts over the years, continuously, there will be a data quality improvement, which has happened over the last 2 years. But more than the technology, it is not a technology project. Technology only supports something which was mentioned by the Principal Secretary to Honorable Prime Minister also in the morning in his last 3 questions that he raised. Do we institutionalize these systems? So institutionalization is very, very important. Administratively, you have to see how do we come together, how do we collaborate, respecting each other's diverse data. So we signed MOUs with all the states and UTs have signed MOUs, which clearly defines in detail what is the responsibility of the state and the center, how are these common standards going to be identified, how are they going to be developed in sync with each other, how are they going to be monitored by a state, national level AgriStack steering committee, by a state level AgriStack steering committee, by land resources departments, by implementation committee. All of this structure and institution was laid down. Otherwise, the technology will never work. So as I said earlier, this allowed a federated architecture. And finally, a lot of aggregated and anonymized data is also available at the central level, which we call central core. The state core preserves all the private data, which can be fetched with the consent of the farmers for various use cases. But the aggregated data is available at the central level also for policy level decision making, evidence-based decision making. So what has happened? Why at all the harmonization was required? Was that the land records are today, if you see look at the land records of each of the state, details of the land records, you'll find that the states maintain different kinds of administrative hierarchies. So they have different revenue codes to maintain that hierarchy. They have different units of measurement. Even neighboring states, you will find that they have different revenue codes and different ways of measurement. So and units of measurement also vary across the states. So even for one example of a bigha, if you go in a state like Rajasthan, you will, in some districts, you will find bigha converting into a different kind of unit per acre, or into acres. If you convert it, it will be a different acre. But in several other districts, you'll have a different acre measurement. So there are used many number of measurements. Within those measurements, also there are several differences. So these were all, AgriStack introduced the national LGD codes and mapped it with the revenue codes, which harmonized the data. The other second challenge was the ownership information itself. So you see, many states have the lands against the khata, not against the plot itself. So the land parcel system was also improved, and then the solution was not to impose one application, but instead AgriStack introduced common design system and allowed states to also clean up their data. The other one was that there were varying land IDs in the system, so land survey numbers were written in different ways in different states, and the joint ownership was also mentioned in different ways. There were honorifics also, like Shri, Shrimati, etc. They have to be removed. The standardization measure, we could not have changed the survey numbers, etc. in different systems. So what we did was that convert these land parcel IDs into farm IDs. And these farm IDs are standards which have been adopted across all the states so that they can talk to each other. So the design principle was that we do not impose one application. Instead, introduce alphanumerical reference IDs which we call farm ID. Then the crop survey data again varied across the states, and they were, in some states it was not at all captured digitally, others where it was captured digitally in digital waves. There were different ways of collecting it, protocols were different, timing was different. Wherever the mobile application was used, the different survey protocols were there. And these protocols were also varied across. So we did not again impose a common application, but we imposed common crop codes, common plot linkages, common photo tags, common data exchange schema, survey numbers, and survey windows. Then to enable the digital crop survey, what is important is that we have georeferenced village maps. We had legacy village maps, paper-based. They were digitized into raster, scanned into raster maps. Then they were geographically linked into other forms of maps, and then finally into vector maps. So these boundaries were also defined this way. The scanning took place first, and then the geographic reference was provided to landmarks in raster maps, and then finally vector maps. So each line was given a boundary, each plot was converted into a vector polygon. The output was harmonized georeferenced village maps which could be used for digital crop survey. So what has happened in summary? We have to, the message is preserve diversity, standardize standardized exchange, and do not impose one common application. We always gave reference applications to the states so that states could also customize these reference applications, and so they were always on board. So what has happened is, let me conclude with three messages from this exercise, which is: first, the administrative data is heterogeneous, let us accept that. Second, that interoperability is achieved through standards, identifiers, metadata, governance, etc., and not by replacing the legacy systems. The third is that harmonization is fundamentally an institutional mechanism. It is supported by technology, but not a technology project itself. So AgriStack's objective was to not make all states look alike, but its objective was to make different state systems to talk to each other through a common digital language. And that perhaps is the larger lesson for all administrative data sets also. Because if administrative data is thoughtfully harmonized, it can do much more than being an operational data. It can become a strategic national asset for evidence-based governance and official statistics. Thank you all.
Thank you, Brahma sir, for explaining how harmonization is essential for data interoperability. So it's a nice example. We are already overshooting the timeline. So I will request now next speaker, Alok Kumar, to quickly finish in 10 minutes, please.
I will certainly try to finish this in 10 minutes. Distinguished friends on the dais and other attendees, like senior officials from MOSPI, other officers who would have come from various states. So like I would be presenting, where is my presentation? So my presentation topic is like we have done this exercise on family data. Like we have bring together all database related to individual beneficiary oriented schemes into one golden database, and that is called Family ID. We have called it Family ID. And how do we achieve this transformation from administrative data into proactive welfare delivery? So I will talk about Family ID genesis and the milestones and impact which we have achieved so far. So this whole exercise started somewhere like it's more than 4 years. And when we looked at the data, we certainly found that there are multiple schemes. Like we started with this CM Mukhyamantri Kanya Sumangala Yojana. So that was a scheme where we provide benefits to a girl child at various stages, say like first like after the birth of the girl child, and then after this complete immunization, then when she reaches like class 1 and class 6. So like when we looked at those data and what is the level of penetration, then we found that most like maximum is about 60% of the eligible beneficiary we were able to reach, and like around 35 to 40% were getting left out. Though they were eligible, we were not able to reach out to them. So these were the main problems, like low awareness about these schemes, and the documentation was also like even to apply those things, she will have to get data from the BSA, like the basic education officer who is working in the districts, and so like multiple documentations. So to weed out these problems, to overcome these problems, we started this Family ID exercise. The idea was very simple: to reach out, to make sure that we reach 100% of the eligible beneficiaries, and we weed out the ghost and other ineligible beneficiaries. So like as we are speaking throughout the day, and a national workshop was also taken place in Bhubaneswar. We know that most of the data was like it was working in silos, and they were not interoperable, not talking to each other. So we started this exercise in our state, where the other problem was also that multiple schemes, like every scheme was all individual oriented. Though we were targeting, for many of those schemes, we were targeting families. Say for example, PM Awas Yojana. What we intend is to make sure that every needy household is provided this benefit of Awas scheme, but there was no family family ID kind of thing. So again, like we wanted to bring all those data, all those beneficiary oriented data into one level, that is a household level, so that we can identify that which are those family which are getting multiple benefits, more than 2 lakhs say per year, and which are those family, despite being very needy, they are not getting any benefits. So this was this is the situation. This is from our 24-25 year budget data. Like we know that we say in Bal Seva Yojana, this is a scheme for orphan kids. Like we made a provision of 248 crores, but we could hardly utilize 33%. So the idea was proactive benefit delivery, efficient welfare saturation, and cleaning the scheme of ghost and other fake beneficiaries. So the milestones, like we started this thing, family ID scheme was launched in August 22, July, August 22. We came up with like the ration card database was the like main database which we were having. We had a 15 crore, about like 15 crore Aadhaar validated beneficiary details was there in our ration database. So like as you can see in the bottom part of the slide, like we started with this thing that the ration card number, that is the 12-digit ration card number, becomes the family ID for every household. And for those who were not availing ration card or not getting benefit under NFSA, we have started non-ration card holder like family ID dashboard and portal we have started. And as of now, more than 55 lakh families, they have got family ID through this new portal which was launched in 22. We have also physically distributed IDs to 33 lakh, and this is completely synced with DigiLocker. Like a family can go and like have this details on his DigiLocker. And this is like the card carries detail of every household member and the head of the household, their date of birth and other details. Then the second part was like getting every schemes, like there were multiple schemes, and UIDAI, like I met Saurabh Garg sir, who is not here right this point of time. I met him when he was CEO UIDAI, and in year it must be 23, and I was attending one workshop again, same like this one. So like there were multiple schemes which were earlier Aadhaar notified, but they were not like Aadhaar validation, and those things were not there. So like we identified those schemes just like Janani Suraksha Yojana. If I guess most of you would have heard of this scheme. This was Aadhaar notified, but we were not taking Aadhaar, and the application system has no Aadhaar field in that. So we like we started a ladder approach like L1, L2, L3. So like the first step was to make sure that these beneficiary oriented schemes are Aadhaar notified, and then the Aadhaar are seeded into those databases. Then Aadhaar gets authenticated, and whenever we are delivering services, then we are validating Aadhaar. Then a family ID field was created in the application portal, and this was very easy. When we are fetching this Aadhaar data, when we are asking an individual to put his Aadhaar, then if this Aadhaar, like through Aadhaar, we can get from family ID database, we can clearly fetch the family ID which is already linked in our golden database. And then the last stage was linking this database with the family ID so that we can give the output to various other departments. So like as of now, we have linked 97 schemes to the family ID. And these are the number of schemes. Most of the Government of India schemes also we have got the data. Agriculture Department also, PM Kisan Samman Nidhi. We have got we have the data from Farmer ID, though it was very challenging, but somehow we could succeed in getting the data about land and farmer details from Agriculture Ministry also. We also have like multiple urban development, disability, and CBDT also. Like we have the data from income tax also, so that we can like say in ration card eligibility, there is a criteria that the household should not be an income tax payee. But like earlier, so this way we could identify number of ineligible beneficiaries in various databases. Most of the Government of India, Government of UP, of course, like state budget supported schemes, we have already linked. Pending, there are some of the pending key Government of India databases which are still pending, and I would certainly like again make request to those departments who may be present here. CRS, APAR ID, Vahan, NPCI, some of like, but we are making efforts, and I'm sure that within next 2-3 months we'll be able to fetch data from these Government of India ministries also. So we have this family e-passbook also. This is again a very like we must be the pioneer state in this this domain. Like just like a bank passbook, a family can go on the family ID thing and they can have detail about the various other schemes, benefit which they have availed, their family have availed in under various programs. They can also get data about the income, their income tax, their income certificate, their caste certificate, everything is there on this family ID e-passbook. We also have entitlement index, so like we call it a discovery module, and now we have panchayat sahayaks in all our village panchayats. So if a person goes to the panchayat sahayak in the panchayat bhavan, he can find out from the some of the those family ID details that this family is eligible for in which various schemes, under what probability this household will be eligible for various schemes. Now we have like multiple use cases where we have inclusion data, exclusion data. We have also started fast track caste certificate approval. These are some of those inclusion data. We have included like 2 lakh pensioners who were not there in the ration card database. They have been included in the ration. We have like PMJAY, Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat scheme, this is completely linked with family ID, and through family ID like database, we are able to track those eligible beneficiary in PMJAY. Exclusion again, based on income tax data, land holding data, we have excluded ineligible beneficiary from the ration card database. In PM Kisan Samman Nidhi also, like there is a condition that a family can avail this, like only one member of the household can avail benefits under PM Kisan. So like, but when we map this data, then there's 6 lakh plus families who are having multiple beneficiary in the same household. So we deleted I talked about fast track caste certificate. Why if a boy is having caste certificate, then next year if his brother again like comes for the caste certificate, it should not go through the entire exercise. So now this is a very summary exercise through which we are giving caste certificate. There are various systemic checks also, like we are also like we have started auto enrollment for our old age pension schemes, because now when we have data on age, we have data on income certificate. So now we are able to start this auto enrollment for old age pension schemes. Moving forward, now like the next level is next step is having a state data exchange platform. This will be our like final aim. Moving from family ID, which is a beneficiary oriented data exchange platform. Now we want to move to the state data exchange platform, and to have this, we know that we have to make sure that data standardization has to be there. It has to be harmonized. We have to fully comply this DPDP Act, and finally it has to be AI enabled. So we are also in our state, we have provision 225 crore for our state AI mission. So we are going to have our own AI stack, UP AI stack. Very soon we will be floating the RFP. So ultimate goal is to like make sure that all our databases which we are creating is interoperable. This is not only used for furthering our welfare delivery, but this should also be used by researchers and other startups also. So through this UP AI stack, certainly we are hopeful that we'll be able to achieve this. So family ID was just a beginning. What we want to achieve is that the data should not be working, and the data should be used by all government departments and our researchers, our youth, everyone. Thank you once again, MOSPI, for providing me this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alok, for explaining the potential of administrative data, how it can be used for optimizing service delivery and service delivery and scheme benefits. Now I request quickly to Ms. Minal Karanwal for explain the project on Mahavistar.
The video is in Marathi, though I'll explain the gist of it. Yeah, it can be played. Yes.
अरे कालचं दुखा असेल कडक ऊन पडू दे जाईल निघून. अरे उद्या पाऊस येणार आहे, औषध मारलं तर धुवून जाईल ना.
अहो नवा रोग आलाय, ही बाटली वापरा, सगळेजण हेच वापरतात.
काय झालं हरी काका? अहो तुमच्या पिकाला डाग रोग झालाय. हे तुला कसं कळलं? महाविस्तार AI ऍप मुळे. आता हे काय असतं?
महाविस्तार AI कृषी विभागाचे स्मार्ट डिजिटल AI
Yeah.
ॲप शेतकऱ्यांना क्षणात अचूक माहिती देणारा.
महाविस्तार AI ऍप सगळी अचूक माहिती देतं. नुसत्या
Yeah, the presentation can be played. A very good afternoon to all the esteemed dignitaries present in the hall today. I am Meenal and I am the project director for Project on Climate Resilient Agriculture in Maharashtra, which is set up by an agreement between World Bank and Government of Maharashtra. So what we saw right now is a dilemma of a farmer in most parts of the country, which is he gets a pest on the leaf and he moves to self-proclaimed agriculture experts in the village, to his friends, to a vendor, and they give him different opinions for the same leaf, the same pest. What he does is he uploads his pest and leaf photograph on the Mahavistar app, which has a pest disease identification AIML model inbuilt, and it gives a very exact information on what pest ails his crop and what he is supposed to do. So Mahavistar is a use case for handling data or for data harmonization, as has been said before. When we look at Mahavistar, these are the verticals, I'll come to them later. This is how Mahavistar is built. It's a use case for using AI/ML to manage the humongous data that agriculture domain owns. So when we say that data is oil, and it has been cited before that this oil needs to reach the intended beneficiary, this is what Mahavistar looks like. On the back end in blue, we see the data sources, which are of two kinds. One is real-time live API, which can be fetched from, let's say, IMD, SkyMet, the Maharashtra State Warehousing Corporation, multiple Maharashtrian bodies. And there is also a static agriculture university data, which has been built into a vector search engine. There is an API brain, there is an AI brain that works on this data. An AI that surfaces, connects, informs, processes the real-time farmer inquiry, and gives a response in the front end, which is being mentioned on the left-hand side in 4 ways. So Mahavistar as an app not only pushes advisories to farmer, which is crop specific, farm specific. AgriStack has been talked about, so it does access AgriStack and gives a very specific advisory to the farmer. Weather specific IMD is somebody that is giving 9x9 weather data to the farmer. It also helps the farmer to access the same advisory in multiple ways, which we'll talk about later. So this is Mahavistar AI in its multiple verticals, which is providing weather-based advisories, providing what is the latest farm prices, where can I access the nearest warehouse to my farm, which all the schemes and DBT benefits that I'm missing out, and the other verticals that I mentioned on the screen. So when we move ahead, this is the administrative data in action that I talked about, which has been pulled through multiple real-time APIs. But this is more fundamentally important with Mahavistar, as was talked about before, is the compliance with DPDP Act is multifold. So the first is consent. As soon as he logs into the app, he gets a pop-up saying that we need your farmer ID and it will be utilized for so-and-so purposes, and it's given in the local language. He gives a consent, and a consent that can be withdrawn anytime. What is the second most important thing is that all his personal information, identifiable information, is never available to the AI model directly. That means the AI model is agnostic. It only gets a reference ID to the farmer ID. It accesses the result, which is the plot size or what the crop is growing, but doesn't access who that plot belongs to. So in a sense, the actual information is always masked. The AI model never gets access to it. When we move on to how the Mahavistar advisories can be accessed, which I talked about before in my slide, chatbot is something we built for the farmer who wants to have access to information in a more conversational form, and also a chatbot that has access for voice to text. So farmers who cannot type can definitely record their message and can chat as we do on WhatsApp. So the question on the screen is that I've grown tur and what prices do I get? What the AI does it accesses the API of the Marketing Federation. It gets the tur prices and it also tells him where the warehouse is present. At currently, more than 26 lakh farmers access the chatbot, have conversations with it, and get very, very specific advisories. Farmers Voice Companion, another method to access Mahavistar advisories is a short code 155313. When you call on that number, you are directed to an AI voice companion, which also asks you for farmer ID. You can deny, and it then gives you very specific advisories regarding, let's say, how much fertilizer am I supposed to use for my crop? What pesticide am I supposed to use for my crop? When am I supposed to sow? All these questions can be accessed through something called Vasudha. We move on to the AI advisory engine, which is our main engine, which I just talked about. That the AI accesses all the real-time APIs of multiple bodies, also some static data from vector search engine, and gives very, very specific advisory. So for example, it has rained today, but the moisture content of the soil has not been met. The advisory that you should sow your crop will not be triggered by Mahavistar. It will only be triggered when your moisture content of your soil meets the ideal content, and only then the farmer will sow his crop. This is the pest disease diagnosis system built by IIT Mumbai, the Innovation Hub, which is dealing with 16 crops, 92 pests. We're now expanding it to 30 more crops, which again deals with the idea that you can upload the image of your pest and get a very exact advisory. The next is, these are some of the statistics when it comes to Mahavistar. So we are total of 1,71 lakh farmers in Maharashtra, out of which 40 lakh 4 million have been uploaded on Mahavistar. There are 3 crore plus more interactions that are happening via Mahavistar in the form of a chatbot, in the form of advisory pushes, Vasudha, and one significant vertical, which is the last vertical, called push telephony. So for people who do not have access to internet, there are literacy issues involved. There is a call that goes via an AI engine, which is from the number 1600. That call will push the advisory as an audio mode to the farmer, and even that has been pushed 2.47 crore times, been accessed by more than 63% of the farmer. That means it was not pushed into spam. So we've tried covering overall a huge gamut of farmers to send them exact advisories. As I mentioned about AgriStack, Maharashtra is the first state who has deployed AgriStack to generate precision-based advisories for farmers. We are now expanding to predictive AI, where we'll be using bund-level weather data, bund-level soil data to tell crop health, to lecture on what crop should grow in this particular kind of soil. All in all, our aim is to give precision-based advisories to farmers in Maharashtra, and also Mahavistar leads the way for Bharat Vistar, then probably for India in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Minal, for explaining Mahavistar, where next step is taken as AI is used on harmonized data for benefit of the farmers. And this is the ultimate objective of government for promoting AI. And again, thank you for finishing in time. So now we are already overshoot the timeline. Still, we are having, we can take 2-3 questions if anybody is having any question. Sir, please. कोई है नहीं फॉलो देने के लिए. माइक जाके
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. A.C. Kulshrestha. I used to be Additional Director General 21 years ago. My question is common to 2 people. It's very nice to see that you have data of farmers. You have a unique identification with the particulars. You are giving the facilities. You have tagged them. Why don't you do another thing to tag the farmer's land type, whether it is having rainfall or it is getting the what is soil moisture? Those things, if you do that, because I am a fellow of the National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, and last Saturday I was having a brainstorming session. The people said we are doing this work, and if I ask you the data, what happened in the last 10 years or what happened last year, is there any increase or decrease? Has the land type changed? Has the moisture changed? I mean, there is no data, scattered data. We don't know what it is like. So I think the wonderful work you are doing, if you could add those aspects, the country will prosper much more. Thank you very much.
Sir. Yeah.
So, our senior colleague here, Mishramji, did not give much time, and he was pushing chits there, and I wanted to leap onto something else which you just mentioned, which is we are creating a Krishi DSS decision support system, which is a geospatial system, another DPI in agriculture. AgriStack is one, the other DPI is Krishi DSS, which actually integrates, harmonizes the data on land parcels, weather, soil moisture, soil types, soil profile, pest also on that particular land. And then what she mentioned was how you use this data was it will integrate farmer IDs, the georeferenced layers of the ownership, the crop, the person's land size, and everything is integrated there. So you can get all the advisories. You can also know soil moisture from land parcel to land parcel also. And what it is doing is it is actually integrating satellite remote sensing data to capture it continuously, and also through soil health cards also. If you want to add, yeah,
this data is available.
Yet it is available. It is available. The only thing is the granularity of the data. So whatever we have possibly can fetch at a scale of let's say 3 by 3 or 10 by 10, whatever granularity is available, we are able to fetch. But if it improves further, which in future it will, then it will give you more precise data for each farmer's land parcel.
Sir, with National Bureau of Soil Science, we've already prepared a village soil fertility index, which is available bund-wise. So that's the first thing. And with IIT Mumbai, we have NDVI right now bund-wise. NDVI is the crop health indicator. NDMI, which is moisture index, is something we still don't have at the parcel level, but we are still figuring out how to get that, sir. It's still a challenge.
I will take last question. Please, okay, last
Yeah, this regarding the family ID from UP. Actually, we have a system of Parivar register actually there. You have a lot number of people there registered at Parivar register. Why can't you have integration, or it can be duplication can be avoided by this system, and you can able to have more family IDs created through that.
When we started this thing like 4 years back, so we thought of first digitizing the Parivar register, and then like we should not come up with another family ID thing. But the Parivar register, the basis is mostly civil disputes. This is not for beneficiary oriented program. So finally we decided that we'll go with this family ID and the ration card database, where we have already have family wise data. That will become the base, and then we will on that base we will build up this family ID thing. Parivar register will already be there, but that is mostly not for targeting household for various schemes. That is mostly for handling civil disputes matter.
So thank you to the participants for their active participation, and also the presenters, all three here, which have presented the real use cases, real life use cases of administrative data and their potential. And I hope these are interesting to all of you and encouraging, and will result into many more such use cases we'll like to take other. Thank you. Thanks everyone.
Thank you, sirs and ma'am, for the enriching discussion. I now request the dignitaries to come forward for the photograph, please. We now move on to our second technical discussion, that is from silos to synergy, advancing administrative data harmonization. This session will explore how collaboration, interoperability, and data harmonization can strengthen governance and enable evidence-based policymaking. To moderate this insightful discussion, may I invite Ms. Shalini Kapoor, Chief Strategist, Data and AI Ekstep Foundation, and a technology leader with over 30 years of experience in data, artificial intelligence, and digital transformation, please. May I also request our distinguished panelists to kindly join the moderator on the dais, please. First, I invite Mr. Nandakumaram, President and CEO, National E-Governance Division and Joint Secretary, Digital Governance Division, Ministry of Electronics and IT, and Administrative Service Officer of the 2008 batch. He brings rich experience in digital governance, public administration, and large-scale service delivery reforms. Next, may I invite Dr. Mansi Kedia, Digital Development Specialist at the World Bank, whose work focuses on digital public infrastructure, data governance, and the digital economy. May I also invite Mr. Prashant Chandra Maulishwaran, Director, Public Finance, E-Governance, eGov Foundation, who leads initiatives on digital public finance, interoperability, and government data standards to strengthen public service delivery. Finally, I invite Ms. Avni Kapoor, founder and director of ResGov, a leading public finance expert whose work focuses on strengthening governance, welfare systems, and state capacity across India. Before proceeding with today's session, I request Shri Harshit Agrawal to felicitate Ms. Shalini Kapoor, Chief Strategist, Data and AI Ekstep Foundation, please. I request Ms. Bhavna Joshi, Deputy Director, to felicitate Mr. Nandakumaram, President and CEO, National E-Governance Division, please. I call upon Ms. Himanshali Rana, Deputy Director, to felicitate Dr. Mansi Kedia, Digital Development Specialist at the World Bank. I invite Ms. Anjali Yadav, Deputy Director, to felicitate Mr. Prashant Chandra Maulishwaran, please. I invite Ms. Poonam Singh Chauhan, Deputy Director, to felicitate Ms. Avni Kapoor, Founder and Director of ResGov, please. The panel discussion will be of 45 minutes, followed by a 15 minutes Q&A session. Without further ado, I request Ms. Shalini Kapoor, ma'am, to please take over the proceedings.
Thank you everyone. And first of all, I would say that I'm sure all of you are very hungry. We are too, but we will make it an interesting panel. And if you can forget your hunger pangs and listen to us, that is actually an achievement for this panel. We have a very diverse panel here, and we wanted to look at data harmonization and the silos which are existing from different viewpoints, how the government puts it together, how funders look at it, what work happens at states, and how researchers look at it, and how civil society looks at it. So I would start and give an overview of what we are going to address today. As we heard that India is generating a lot of data sets and a lot of data which is not just the survey data but across payment systems, across nutrition, across in various states and districts, land records, even school enrollment data. So in a way, humans have become data emitters, right? And the concern which we keep getting is if we are data emitters, then who is the consuming it? Right? And while we consume it, and sometimes it comes back to us in form of insights, where does it travel? Where does it flow? Whom does it all go to? And that's where the question of trust, that's where the question of Is it useful to me? Is it fit to use? These come up. The challenge is not in volume. It is about consistency. It is about coherence. And most importantly, usability. Today, the data is definitely in silos. I have been working in data and AI for last 10 years. But then I joined Ekstep 1.5 years back. And with the vision of Mr. Nandan Nilekani that no one should be left behind. Exactly what Mr. Mishra ji also said in the morning, that everybody has to be counted for data. And that counting means it has to be meaningful data. It has to be data, and as a human, the person whose data is being emitted should also be the owner. Data is also like in oil. That's what Nandan said, that, it is like oil, but you have to refine it. You have, like, oil refineries are there. You have to clean it. That's where I got in touch with MOSPI and with, the work with Mr. Meshram ji, Mr. Rohit ji, Praveen ji. We discovered that data harmonization is the first step, right? If you do not harmonize data, and then you are working only on the insights. And harmonization provides that credibility, and that changes and makes the system more creditable. With that also comes in AI. And with AI, there is a good amount of work done by Data Innovation Lab of making it MCP available so that credible source of data is exchanged and it is available. But then today we are going to talk about that how this harmonization can be done, and this national asset of data can be mined and can be put to the entire use. It's very easy to set up AI immediately because, the AI engines are hungry. They are very, very hungry for data. But with lot of effort, the harmonization efforts are done. The surveys are collected. The administrative data is mined. How do we create those trusted channels? That's what we'll discuss. So I will go to Mr. The first question is Nandkumar ji to you. And we know that METI has been spearheading this interoperability and sharing framework. And we talked about the trusted channels. We talked about sharing needs to happen. So what is the expectation from all the stakeholders who want to share and sometimes don't want to share because of fear also? So if you can please discuss about and explain the share interoperability framework. You take.
Thank you, ma'am. So at METI, as you're aware, we have series of agencies with us who help different departments build IT applications. We also have certain rules in place, acts in place, which help create an institutional framework. But the most recent one is when we go to any department, just we saw, say, agriculture speaking about AgriVistar or AgriStack. And then we had gentleman from UP, Principal Secretary from UP, he said that getting data from AgriStack itself with a smile, and then he had a list of data where he wants to connect to and wants data from that. So there's always a friction when it comes to interchange. So we have created a institutional mechanism under Cabinet Secretariat, that is National Data Governance Committee. In that, there are various organizations now representing, and we have created a model data sharing framework circulated to all the states and to Government of India departments. It's a very simple exercise. However, once you dig deep, you will find there are a lot of conversation that goes into it. Consent, DPDP, say safety and security, who owns, monetizations. These are the questions which are thrown to an agency when they ask for data. And these questions derail the conversation or stop the conversation altogether of sharing. So what we have said is that, okay, we appreciate that these are the questions, but then you have to either come up with an answer or accept this answer. So meaning thereby that, okay, if I have a plan for monetization, and I want to, take it that, okay, I will monetize, I will set up a private exchange, I will do this. All is okay. But formalize it and decide it. If you don't, then this is the model thing you have to follow. So these kind of thought processes are getting in place, because as we move ahead, a lot of courts are also coming in, passing judgments, and there are orders which again guide the conversation of data sharing. So that is one side. Second is, what is to be shared? So say if we all sitting in this room, when we wrote our class 10th or boards, the certificate was different. Today it is different. So the interoperability hits the question of, are we dealing with uniformity? Are we dealing with just anything that is available to be shared the way it exists? Say, for example, if I'm building an application of admission in Delhi University or a Chennai University or a Madras Christian College application, then do I need to know the format exactly? Or do I'm okay with just some sketchy idea? So those kind of conversations make things more difficult, thereby leading to a scenario that, okay, I publish the way it is. I don't go for uniformity exercise. The moment you talk of uniformity in standards or a particular standard, essential, desirable, all those things, then it leads to further friction. These days, a lot of wrappers can be quickly built which transforms one data format into the other, and it becomes relatively easier to share. That is second area where we are trying to push that, okay, MDDSs are okay, but you publish your standard. Don't wait for some national or a state standard to be adopted uniformly. Third area is use case building. We just now saw a presentation by Mahavistar. Now, there a lot of ideas can come. If you saw the data sources on the left side, so you had data from IMD, but you also had data from SkyMet. You had data which can be sourced from non-government agency. So there are constraints on government agency scraping all this data, building a use case, and then pushing out a solution. It is better that market does this job. So we leave this job to market and we expose our data sets in a way which can be consumed by market. Quickly, I must add here that there is a consent system, there is a DPDP Act in place, passed by Parliament now, and there is a bulk data. So we distinguish the two, and taking care of that in mind, then we make this data available. Say if you today use Claude or anything, or you have a MCP, or if you use Gemma or Gemini, you see that, okay, there is an MCP of Gmail calendar available or Gmail available, but DigiLocker MCP is not available. So how do I connect my solution such that it connects to a MCP server of DigiLocker and data sharing happens? I don't have to reach out to an agency like, say, NEGD, which runs DigiLocker for that matter. So those kind of systems have to be built by our organizations, which we run in different ministries and departments and organizations. And last, when you are building all these systems in place, states are the major stakeholders. So states sit on a lot of data. A similar structure, the National Data Governance Committee is mirrored down to a State Data Governance Committee, and they are now building a similar structure. So in coming, I think, in 1 year's time, all these institutional systems we are trying to put in place. But these conversations, I'm thankful to Mospeed for taking the lead. These conversations will help solve some of the, I'll say, dead ends which we face when we go to a ministry and ask that, why don't you have a policy? Why don't you share? Let us put an online system. Data exchange, for example, today we have, say, DigiLocker, which connects different data sources, or AI Coach, or NDAP of NITI, or data.gov.in of NIC. These exchanges have to be in the back end. The front has to be led by, say, those people who are building solutions for citizens, who are able to connect to some LLM, able to connect to some API exchange gateways, as it is done in many other countries. So I'm hopeful that this conversation of today shall be one step in that direction, and some of us will work in that regard.
Thank you, Nandkumarji. I think you laid it very well, that the structure of the data and as well as citizen facing, what has to be left to the market to make it, and the data economy to start. But once a structure is laid, in fact, I was remembered of, 30 years back when I started working on databases, it was like just RDBMS, and then the structure changed to NoSQL, then the whole internet data, and then it was like, the flood of Internet of Things data. So, the structures, the formats have been changing, but the market applications on those, they multiply. They just multiply if the structure is right. Mansi, I'll come to you. You are at the World Bank, and while Mr. Nandkumarji talked about the state data, that the states are building up the data, and sometimes, the states are actually still stuck at the structure level because they have not been able to harmonize the data at their level. And that makes market difficult to pick it up. Can you tell us about your experiences working with the states?
Thanks, Shalini, and thank you to MOSPI and the organizers for inviting me. So it's a great segue from where Nankumaranji left, because I think where the World Bank fits in is really trying to operationalize some of the central level thinking, guidance and policy at the state level and help them with their digital transformation process. And what we found in states is a mix of two. Some states that have built the building blocks, like they'll have a state data exchange, they'll have their data exchanges, but not have enough use cases, and then the purpose of that dies. And there are other states that have built a use case, let's say their family ID systems, but don't have a state data policy, they don't have a data exchange, they don't have standardized metadata standards. So it's a mix of both. And I think we're trying to bridge that gap at the state level, where we're trying or helping knowledge exchange, learning from different states, recognizing that states operate very differently, both institutionally and even in terms of capacity, technical capacity. So, and what this has led to is learning that while it is necessary to start from the building blocks, where systems have already been created, we are trying to see how they can now leapfrog into retrofitting some of those building blocks and not. So there's a lot of rethinking, both from a technical and institutional perspective. Sharing this with Shalini ahead of our panel, that some of you will find at the state level, in some cases, the state department or planning department leading this whole process. In certain cases, it's the economics and statistics division leading it. In some cases, it's the IT department leading it. So where and how a lot of flexibility is required at the state level to institutionalize and help with this transformation process. Some of the things that we have started to do, at least, is to really unpack everything that the states have done so far and try to expose them not only to the national thinking around it, including like how do you really comb the DPDP Act, which are the sections that are relevant for you, how do you start from something as basic as Aadhaar notification, why is that necessary, unique identification, how do you work around that, so we were helping one of the states design or think through their state data exchange, and we had this long discussion. Some people were very married to the idea of a completely federated system. Let's go with X road. We were like, your departments don't have that capacity, right? Your departments need to be technically strong enough to follow a federated data exchange model. So let's then not do that. Let's go with something that's centralized. Centralized is not a bad word when there is not enough capacity, but there is a central agency that will in some way help that enterprise bus move across different departments and do the same function. So that sort of practical thinking and matching their capabilities to their ambitions has to be done. And we're also learning at the bank. Frankly, I don't think we know exactly what has to be done. We're breaking silos within the bank because we now have a digital and AI team, which I'm a part of, which does a lot of this cross-talk. But traditionally, the health department, the social protection department, education, they have already been doing many of these activities. We have to also learn from them how they are thinking through this. And for states, actually, the easiest is to work with states where nothing has happened, because you can just tell them that, okay, let's start with metadata standards. Let's start with the data catalog, all the things that MOSPI is pushing. States where a family ID has already been built and where there is no semantic interoperability, all the things that, the AgriStack discussion was about, because the definition of families is not common. The measurement, and therefore it becomes very difficult to come to things like records on income, records on land holdings and all of that. So it's very interesting. I can only say that we are learning and we're trying to work as much as we can with MeitY and central departments very closely with the AI mission also, because at the end of the day, we want to see all of this getting integrated and scaled, and not that every state also then becomes a silo. So let me stop here.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. And you talking about the learning part of it with the state capacity. I think we are doing the same. We are learning and we are working with the state of Delhi. And what we discovered is the basic identifier, and there was a presentation on Aadhaar notification. Actually, for the scheme, the Aadhaar the birth registration of a person doesn't have Aadhaar as mandatory. So the Aadhaar identification becomes the identifier becomes so difficult, and if you have to map it to the PM Jeevan Jyoti Yojana, you are not able to do it because the identification is not existing in the system. And that brings us to the concept that data has to flow within the systems, and for it to flow there has to be identifier as well as the channels. In fact, with the state of Delhi we are building the whole Dhara methodology, which is talking about the flow of Dhara is the data flow between the systems. And Prashant, my question to you is on that where do you think the flow stops? How does the flow stops? And the data is always in silos, and when it has to be designed from data where it is captured, where it is generated, to where it is consumed, can you just talk about the whole flow mechanism?
Thanks, Shalini. Thank you, everyone. You asked an interesting question saying, where does it stop, the flow? I mean, for the flow to stop, it has to start. And in a lot of work that we do from our experience, we've realized a couple of things, right? The first thing is, for data to meaningfully flow, there has to be data standards, and data standards built in place at the source, not downstream, but at the source. And then there needs to be an exchange layer, because the data standards allow for comprehensive and comprehensible information. Data exchange allows for it to move. And the most important thing on top of all of this is governance. Data governance allows or permits data to flow and in a trusted manner. So the real question then is, can it be done later on in terms of how we harmonize data or standardize data? Possibly not, because what that leads to is a lot of effort gets spent on cleaning up data rather than thinking of it as a design choice upfront, right? When you bake in standards at source, the data is born interoperable, which means it can do its job based on who needs it for what purpose. And that is why harmonization actually becomes very, very critical for data flow to continue, because it allows for a couple of things and it does it really well. First, think of it as for workflows to get handed off from a system to another system, for one system's data output to become another system's data input, or for comparison. We spoke a lot about benefits earlier. A lot of benefits delivery leakage is taken care of through triangulation. But all of this is not meaningful if the fields in different systems don't mean the same thing. To answer a question on whether a malnourished child is also out of school and is missing welfare, this is a question we can only really answer meaningfully if the data sets are harmonized. So I think this is what it means for data to flow, and this is not a new thing in the room, right? CAPI, which MOSPI uses, actually talks about this on how data validations are done upstream at source rather than downstream when we're trying to analyze and we find gaps. So standards in that sense actually would be my biggest priority for data to move, because what it does is it validates based on a set of predefined rules or specifications that here is how the data will be captured and these are the data points that will be captured or generated. And that is what really allows data to move, makes this a more meaningful exercise, a design choice upstream rather than a cleanup project downstream somewhere at the central level. So I think I would focus on those aspects, and all of these have been proven, demonstrated in the Indian context, in states, enough number of times.
Sure, thank you. So thank you so much. So Avni, I'll come to you. And as a researcher, you would be using a lot of public data sets, right? And the research community just, looks at wherever the right data is available. In fact, the problem of, the flow, we in normal enterprise systems, we have a concept of entity resolutions, and across multiple data sources and data marts, we would just, do a resolution and find out that this is the customer for whom the data is meant for. Researchers do this a lot, right? So where do you think, and what can be done better?
I think I've spent the last quite a few decades of doing research on administrative data, and that's why I also find it very exciting, because it tells you a lot about how the state functions. Is money reaching schools? Is a health worker turning up? Are services being delivered? And that's where the excitement lies, where you're looking at not just from a very program delivery lens, but you're actually looking at it alongside government in terms of implementation. And I think we made a lot of progress in terms of just, if I look at how much data existed in 2008 or when I first started getting deeply into this space compared to now, it's an exciting time and space to be. I think a lot of what has been already said, so I won't repeat everything, but just to kind of sum it up, I think we often look at it from a 4C framework. One is collect, connect, contextualize, and how do you convert that data into decision making. And a lot of our job as researchers is how do you take that data from different sources, make sense of it, and give it back to government as well, so that they can also use it, as well as other researchers can use it as well. And I think from a collect and connect, we've made a lot of progress. We're collecting a lot of data. Today itself was an example of how many reports were released. We're also finding ways of connecting that data. So data harmonization is something that the ministry and different departments are working towards. I think the other two aspects, where how do you contextualize that data and how do you actually use it for decision making, is where I think we still have a long way to go. A lot of the challenges as researchers is things that we've all spoken about. Of course, there's fragmentation. And I think if you want to study education, as Prashant said, you need to look at so many different data sets. And so how do you kind of harmonize? But I want to say 2 points here, which when we talk about harmonization, I think one is, of course, harmonization is important and everyone is working towards it. But as researchers, what often gets lost in the process of harmonization is the ability to go back and look at trends. When you're trying to improve a system, and I think every system, I think it's great that we're all trying to do that. But as researchers, it becomes really hard because, I do a lot of public finance research. You can't look at data pre-2014 because the way that the accounting standards changed. And so how do you ensure that you are documenting this a little bit? How can that same data set be used? What are the assumptions that were in place? And so actually putting out that metadata and documenting that exercise would make it really useful for researchers. Having said that, I do recognize that administrative data was never designed to be used only from research perspective. And I think the beauty of administrative data is the scale that it has, not the nuance, but how to convert an operational data into an analytical data. And again, I would argue that this is something that government itself wants to do. We're working with the state government, getting blocks to use the data that they have access to be able to make analytical decisions about what's working, what's not working, and the why. And so getting the ability to actually close that loop over a period of time gives you a lot of insights as well. The other thing that I would say and probably end with is, I think it's really important to put out not just the metadata in terms of assumptions, definitions, but also failures and limitations of data sets. As researchers, and I think even as media people, there are often incorrect reporting that can happen because you're not fully aware of that assumption or what that data set is not capable of doing. And so actually being brave and saying these are the limitations of the data, I think that could go a long way. And again, it will be really useful also for government, because even government sometimes uses a data set incorrectly without realizing that they're using it incorrectly as well.
Thank you. The researcher point of view was very useful, and I was reminded that data is also a soil. Why just oil? It is soil. जो बोगे वही पाओगे. Right? So, Nand Kumaram ji, I'll come to you again, and let's go a bit deeper on the whole metadata which is needed for data to be useful. And METI has spearheaded the creation of MDDS, and it is, it is about 10-12 metadata standards which have been created across domains, and it brings structural interoperability. So would you tell us about some learnings and some feedback on that?
Thank you. So this MDDS project started way back, and we have now more than 23 odd standards which we have published. See, if you go to governments, departments, basically you see that either they have a scheme related data, or some sector that they are regulating related to that, or some utility that work under this, say somebody's running insurance, somebody's running, say, driving license system, some regulation that they have, some regulation that they put in place. So all these processes have a way in which they need information. Though it is not static, it changes with time. Say driving license form of today might ask you more about something which was not there, say 20 years before. But there has to be a standard. So we went on to study this, compare across states and the Government of India, and then we published it. And this journey has helped us appreciate how things move. And as ma'am was saying, that the very need changes. So once the need changes, suppose blood group was not required earlier, say. Now blood group is required in driving license. Today, secondary contact is not there. It will be coming there. So these data standards, as society is evolving and the responses are changing, we are adding to elements. So we are making it flexible, but at the same time, a time series way in which data standards are being, it's put out in public domain. You can see that. Second thing is exchanges. So a very simple, if you ask an IT person, API is an exchange, matter is over. Come with the primary key, we'll give you an API, problem is solved. We have a system in place. There is no problem. Where is the problem? Then you look at Google or say any big platform where you have solid experience of a user just by handling single sign-on. Just by handling single sign-on, you can give that kind of experience. In government, there is no single sign-on or a one way to get into government system across the states, except for some states. Say Rajasthan has, Rajcomp has built one, or we have DigiLocker or Meri Pehchan, and that we are building various single sign-ons. So there are various ways of giving an experience to user. Third parties, standardization for whom? Is it for citizens? Is it for government organizations who are building schemes or regulating sector? So these questions, when we ask, the conversation changes. Many times there are citizen organizations which are not very comfortable information to move from one portal to the other. And there is a solid reason for it. It might be a commercial reason. Say, if I have taken loan on agricultural land based on declaring a crop, and now I am going to procurement center and declaring something else. And believe me, it's not always malified. There are solid reasons, there are solid economic reasons why things move in a particular way. So the incentive, or I have declared some information to some agency because of certain considerations, say tax or something. Now, do you want that to be uniform? People are not very comfortable giving that information as you are in Google, or because they are not coming and asking you a question that, something changed. Why? Here there is a legal implication. And that is why we have to protect our citizens also. So there is a thought process that, okay, the flow should happen, but with consent. Flow should happen only on minimalist basis. Flow should happen, but it should be on certain restrictions so that things don't just, create a more problem for citizens. Or we are converting into profiling of an individual, or a citizen is being profiled. So there are 2-3 considerations when we go for these data standards and exchange designs. In exchanges, what we have also seen is that there is a temptation for people building a system where, frictionless integration happens. Many times ministries don't want to share, and they have a legit reason for not sharing. So those things are factored in. As we see that, this AI enabled, which with brute force is matching one thing to everything or everything to something, that brute force is also creating problem in data exchange. Meaning earlier, very simple, one uniform, one identifier, data exchange happens. Here they will look at some 3 columns, do some fuzzy logic, 95% okay, let us put it through. In government, 95% okay is not okay. 99% okay is not okay. 99.99% okay is not okay. 100%, the deterministic model works here. The probabilistic model, somebody sitting in this room has to pass that order that, okay, I am comfortable with probabilistic model. So that is also a hindrance in the flow. So what I am trying to make a point is that when you are looking at data, you are presuming that you are studying behavior, but you are trying to also presume that you are studying cognition that led to that behavior, which is not fact. It was, if suppose I have given you only two choice, you will eat dosa or you will eat, say, dahi. Now you have to choose only one. In government forms, many times that is the case, right? So you will presume something. So what I'm trying to ask you is that some kind of combinations work in government which prevents data to flow. They are not many times documented. With AI, this problem is much more farther. People are building models based on our data exchanges, and then they are coming back to that, you said this will happen and this is not happening. Then their models are not performing well. It is happening in language. It is happening in, say, insights in commercial sales of, say, insurance of vehicle and all that. So what I'm trying to make a point is that please go through the process, share your thoughts, have these conversations, form it up in writing, and pass certain government orders. Say, for example, if I am sharing data in a particular way, let this be formally written and one letter should be issued. Let there be a way in which I can say that I'm not comfortable with AI model using my data, but I'm comfortable with API using my data. It's okay. So those kind of orders, if you all publish, it will be very helpful for tech teams.
I think I learned a lot, Nankumarji, on this concept as to why the flow stops, and that's and there are reasons behind it. So thank you so much for sharing that. And Mansi, I'll come to you. At the state level, I know World Bank is working on the Haryana sandbox. What have been your discoveries? Because I'm sure the same thing which Nankumarji mentioned, the change, getting it from multiple sources, multiple departments, and then asking the ecosystem to build something useful on top of it. What has been your experience in getting the ecosystem and most importantly, getting the data?
So the Haryana AI sandbox is our first attempt to actually, the thinking started with like, okay, AI use cases. That's where we started, and tons of applications, tons of use cases, thousands of applications. And we realized that most of these, while successful at the pilot stage, were not scaling. There were so many similar startups doing the same thing. There were just similar solutions, but not. So we were thinking about the whole pilot to scale journey, especially in cases of public sector use cases. That's the thinking, and a lot of what we have done in the AI sandbox, at least trying to do in the Haryana AI sandbox, is deliberate thinking around designing AI use cases. So it started with, and we have an operational project in Haryana as well, where we are doing a lot of the state data exchange and the data harmonization exercise. So it's all sort of coming together. But the first thing was to interact with the departments and really try to understand their pain points, that, what is it that we are building for? And the point that I made earlier, that, in certain states, data exchanges have been built, but there's no defined use case. So you don't know what you're building for, because your design and your institution will have to flow from what you built it for, right? And sure, there are scales and innovation can happen on top of it. Like, when we started Aadhaar, we wanted one, and now we have so many use cases on top of that. So all of that innovation can happen, but your fundamental objective has to define your structure. So we went to these departments and tried to ask them, and that's where the real discovery started happening on the frictions. We don't want to share data. Why should we share data? And we don't have the data. So all of those discoveries started to happen, and after like 3 months of discussions with different departments, we landed with 5 use cases where we know that there is a problem that we have to solve. We spoke with other sector experts that is there an existing solution for these problems that we are trying to solve that one can learn from, and whether the state has the data that is necessary, at least if not in a AI ready format, but at least the data data exists. We're at that stage where we have opened up these 5 specific, very specific use cases to say, one on education, which is to say resource mapping. In higher education, in public schools in Haryana, there is often a resource shortage. It's not well distributed. So there'll be many science teachers in one school and even if they're in the vicinity, we are not able to redeploy those teachers. So it's a very specific, narrow use case, but can we solve for this? There are lots of systems that are doing attendance mapping and all of that, which feed into it, but not necessarily trying to just solve for this. So, and there are 4 others. So we've identified those use cases and opened it up to participants from different to apply. Gotten a jury that has participation from METI, from other funding bilateral organizations that can then that they can judge and mentor the startups, and finally test this in a sandbox to see if it helps to scale, and only scale if it proves to be successful. The things that we're hoping to do through this is, one, that not try to recreate things that already exist. 2 is that in this process, each of these departments within the Haryana state government have also built capacity in one way or the other. They have learnt how to build an AI use case, whether to build an AI use case. Is AI really necessary? In certain cases, digitization is all you need. In certain cases, even your workflows just have to improve. It doesn't require a tech solution. So those are the capacity building things that are happening organically. It's not something that we intended to do, but it's happening organically. And the second is to really bring all type of ecosystem partners together to build the solutions and then talk about it. That we have this in Haryana, or we already have this in Telangana. We don't want to recreate things. We want to scale things. So that is the intention. We're at the stage where the applications for the Innovation Challenge closes today. So hoping that it does lead to something.
I'm sorry, I'll push you a little bit more. Is the data granular enough for it to be useful? Because many times what we discover is that it's an aggregate level data which is given and it has like no meaning. You can't build a use case on that.
So for the use cases that we have identified, at least for 4 of them, we know that the necessary data is available. Some of it will require some work, but we dropped around 15 other use cases where there was this exact problem that the data was not ready, and hoping that it will push administrative data the collection of administrative data in a way where research and use cases can be built.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Prashant, would you like to talk about some operational experience at the local level? You work with states, districts, municipal to digitize them, and I'm sure you would be touching a lot of data. What has been your experience in this space?
Thanks, Shalini. Let me start with an example. I'll take the state of AP. We have a bunch of examples, but I think I can use this to show longevity of digital transformation, especially on the administrative data and interoperability part. We started working with Andhra in 2016, 2017. And the idea was to digitalize urban governance. So all the urban service delivery that happens, how can that be digitalized using an open source digital public good called Digit that we built. The interesting thing is, for some of these things to actually happen, sustain, there are maybe 3 or 4 key points that we should look at, and Mansi actually highlighted 2 already. I think the first 2, I mentioned that, data standards, data exchange, governance, this is critical, and that's the what, right? The how of it is going to be very interesting, because this is an arduous journey. It's hard, but it's not hard because the technology is hard. It's hard because of some of the things that Nanji just mentioned, right? Or Mansi mentioned around policy. Getting the policy right is critical. But why would governments actually want to get a policy where data will be shared, where the friction will suddenly be overcome? What is the incentive? And that's where AP chose a couple of use cases, all of them focused on own source of revenue for municipalities. And they said, we want to increase the amount of money that cities have at their disposal to serve their citizens better. And for that, what they did was they picked 1, 2, 3 narrow use cases, like Mansi just mentioned, because if you try and harmonize everything at once, these things will stall. So pick those 1, 2, 3 use cases where you know interoperability will pay off, and then get it started, demonstrate it, only then widen. And what that allowed was Andhra was able to get the policy right. Policy on who owns what data, who will it be shared with, who can view that data, who can write on that data. All those things were settled upfront. These are the most contentious points in getting harmonization, standardization, interoperability done, right? Till those questions are answered, you will always have every department maintaining their own copy of the data. And that is the silo problem restated. Now, once you get the policy in place, the use cases in place, also start thinking of capacity upfront, because capacity almost getting built in the process in Haryana, for instance, versus AP actually being very deliberate about building capacity of people. Because if the front line doesn't trust the system that is going to generate the administrative data, there will always be a shadow record. There will be a parallel physical, paper trail that will exist and almost dictate the flow of money and information. And when you have such systems, what it also allows municipalities to do is you can embed standards into the system so that data or standardized interoperable data is a byproduct of people, staff doing their work on the system. So you have overburdened staff. Can we take away the administrative burden? And by the way, also let them create data as exhaust. And this is standardized, which means they don't have to spend more effort sending it in 50 different formats to 50 different agencies, because that's how the rule of the game is. But why does all of this matter for a MOSPI conversation? So for instance, the municipal data or administrative municipal data is one part of the puzzle that MOSPI or others can take and put together, because all of you know that PLFS exists, ASUS exists, and that tells you information about labor and informal economies. You have GST and corporate filing data that will give you the formal economy information. Now layer municipal data on top of that, and you start seeing leading indicators like construction. Can my city platform or a city ERP tell me what the building permits look like for the next 9-12 months? And that tells you construction information. Can the property registries in these systems tell us about the built stock in the city, its valuation? That is very important for some of these conversations, right? Or can a trade license module tell us about the universe of small and medium enterprises in the city? All of this, when it comes together, the 3 different sources and then surveys and whatnot and more, now suddenly you can start putting them together in a more granular manner, which you were asking Mansi a little earlier. It is more grounded. It is built from the bottom up rather than extrapolation from national figures. So municipal data kind of then becomes a node, not the monolith in all of this. It cannot by itself give you a city's GDP, which a lot of you in the room may be interested in. But together with some of the other sources, suddenly you can see administrative data actually becomes a high-grade statistical input alongside surveys. And that's the potential that we really need to work towards for unlocking what admin data can provide to an organization like MOSPI and to a country like India.
Thanks. Thank you, Prashant. Last question to you, Avni. And I think as a researcher, we still want to pick your brains. That how do you think, what are your expectations from a governance and from responsible use perspective on data sets, on public data sets?
I think it's a really important question, and especially since as administrative data is increasing and our ambition is increasing, I think as researchers as well, our wish list is increasing. I think the first point that I would, Prashant mentioned it and Mansi also mentioned it, I think, which was, I think, how do you make sure that data is trustworthy? And this trustworthy kind of exists at 3 levels. One is within government itself. The number of, have we collected the data in a manner that the finance department can use the health data to make allocative decisions? Have we collected does a district officer that has to run many schemes, do they have the trust in all the databases that exist to be able to say, okay, I'm going to trust and combine all these data sets either using AI or other technology, but will I be sitting in validating and rechecking all my data set? So one is at the institutional level. Second is across institutions as well. So the number of times as researchers we get asked, say by the union government saying, can you validate state level data? The state government saying, can you validate local government data? So have we reached a level where we are trusting in the data collected at across levels as well? And this is, I think Prashant mentioned that, or Mansi, maybe you mentioned that when an Anganwadi worker or an ASHA worker is sitting and inputting data, everyone in that system ideally should trust that data because that's the data and which decisions are being made. So trust is, I think, one part. And as a researcher, I think even from a citizen lens, trustworthiness is really important. And this increasingly government is using a lot of data and artificial intelligence is also starting to be picked up. And I think as citizens, it's important to understand how that data is collected, what is the definitions, the frequency of updation, who's using it, and also the limitations, as I mentioned. Second, in terms of responsibility, and I think responsibility, when we think of responsibility as researchers, we often think of privacy, and I think that's an important aspect of it. But also responsibility in terms of, again, putting out, since administrative data is often collected through an administrative process, there are incentives and biases that have to exist. We are all human. Everyone who's inputting data is a person who is responsible for inputting that data, and often that data is going to be the basis on which they are going to be questioned for their work as well. And so it's important to actually think about that and put that out as much as possible. And as researchers as well, I remember sitting in NIPA where there was a lot of questions coming out about the UDICE data at that time. And Dr. Mehta kept saying, everyone should use it, researchers should use it, because the more use that you do, the more questions that you're asking from that data, the better it will get. And we've actually seen that happening with UDICE. The data has improved significantly and is reporting a lot more indicators as well, and also covering a lot more. Earlier private schools weren't covered, and now they are increasingly being covered as well. And lastly, I think I would say is the usefulness from a research perspective is the data just being used to answer questions, or is it being used to ask better ones? And as a researcher, I want to get to that second level where you're using that data to be able to actually ask better questions, not just answer the hypothesis that you have. And that would be my wish list of actually ensuring that that as researchers as well as for government, hopefully we'll be there very soon.
Sure, thank you. I know all of you are waiting to go, but I would, Mansi has one point which she wants to say. Yeah, please.
Just adding to, I feel like so strongly about everything that Avni was saying. In my previous life, I was a researcher. So there's one thing that I wanted to say vis-a-vis administrative data is sometimes the data that is collected by an agency, like somebody was saying, mention the Aadhaar number. In case of enterprises, I can say, they say mention the NIC code, right? But it doesn't matter to them. They're not going to use that NIC code. But that NIC code is being used by several other, like the National Accounting Organizations. It's certainly being used by researchers, but there was no match. So even when there are fields, and so when it comes to trust and usability, making sure that even if that data point is not of use to you, if it is being collected with the same level of integrity and diligence, I think it'll make a world of difference. Otherwise, it just creates a lot of mismatch across data sets.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Same, my experience in the state of UP, working with Invest UP, who actually put 22 different departments together so that they can give a single window clearance, and using LGD codes and making, it's there, it's already mentioned, but it was not present across all the departments. So it was a massive exercise to kind of get a single answer in an AI advisory, which is across 22 different departments. So perfectly agree, and I would like to summarize. So thank you so much for all of you. We heard from Nandakumar ji on MDDS and also on the flow of data. that why the institutions do not share, or what is on their minds that they do not share. And of course, my favorite topic of Dhara, which is data Dhara, how data flows. Avni talked about the researchers, the responsible use, and the research point of view is so relevant, because what you use later on, there's a lot has to happen backdoor before the researcher finds value in it. Mansi talked about the Haryana sandbox environment, which is a good exercise, first time exercise happening to make data sets available, and I hope they are really granular so that the use cases are of value. Prashant talked about that technology is not the hard part. The policy is, and even if we take 2 to 3 use cases where we would actually do the harmonization and prove this then that's it. The rest will happen. I'll open it to all of you for questions, so that we can take 2 questions now that all of us are here, and then we can wrap up. Yeah. Fastest finger first. You raised it first. But you need a mic. Yeah.
So my name is Nilanjan Sridhar. I'm faculty at Ahmedabad University, and I'm working also with Artha Global. So just quick question. So we talked a little bit about what approvals you need to get, a lot of administrative data together, interoperability. But for somebody who's worked outside and also inside, how we put the data together becomes a huge problem, right? So what I was wondering is, like, for instance, if you asked Avni and me, you gave us the exact same data sets, great metadata, great standards, you need to estimate X. I guarantee you we'll get 2 different numbers, right? And that's just because people process data differently. I'm just wondering, have you thought about how to introduce principles of replicability into the work that you do? Like, so if one person is getting a number, is there enough information in the system that another person, given the exact same data sets, will get exactly the same number? And the other question, which is something that other academics tend to care a lot about, is downstream validation. I mean, something that Prashant talked about, right? So taking the family database example, we know there are it's very, very difficult to put together any family database, lots of different definitions. Have you thought about, for instance, comparing it to data that comes from HCES and seeing if the distributions look the same, right? One of the advantages of the brick and mortar system that existed in MOSPI is that if you have raw data, BLFS data or whatever, the replication steps and the validation steps are a little bit easier to conceive of. But as we move to this brand new world, and I think, that was a comment that you were making, that you can't have data that's 95% correct, right? What does it mean intellectually to put all of this data together and to get those levels of confidence? And what are the kinds of questions of validation, replicability that you think about when you put these processes in place?
To take? No, Avni, you?
I think Neelan and I will agree. I think he's asking from a more government perspective, but I completely agree with you, Neelan. I think replicability is something that we've all struggled with. And the interesting part is not just researchers. Governments themselves often struggle with replicability. A number comes out, and I have to say that I think what's been interesting with a lot of the MOSPI data is the fact that when we're not able to get the same number as researchers, there are steps that are in place. There are definitions that are very clearly mentioned to allow you to get that. But I think the question is more for all of you who have use cases.
So I will also attempt from my side. When you say replicability, that means the replicability is for a problem in mind. If I have the problem in mind, then I can say that if you follow these 10 steps, you will arrive at the same mean or same median or same distribution. When you are preparing data, nobody prepared, if I'm registering birth or I'm giving scholarship, I did not prepare it for a researcher. I was just registering birth. That was my job, neat and clean, that's all. Somebody is looking at gender distribution, somebody is looking at territorial variation in birth rate, but that was not my concern. So when I say that birth data has to be kept in a way it is supposed to be kept, I have to stay away and in fact consciously look away from what people will make out of it. You want to look at territorial variation in birth rate or gender distribution in birth rate across states or in districts or in urban or rural or something. That's a problem which the researcher has in mind, and that's the researcher's job. Those who are preparing data, preparing data means doing something which is creating administrative data and that subsequently is being used for research. They are narrowly focused on that job. So I think this part, the replicability should be a bit distant from those administrative people who are designing this part. Second part that you were saying, that putting data together. So I think data shouldn't be put together because of variety of constraints. One is the very risk of profiling, the very risk of, say, doing a wrong match, the very risk of unnecessary forcing one idea on top of it and creating some correlational errors that can possibly come. And also, given the reality of the administrative structure that we have, whether it is a federated government structure that we have, or the way departments are organized, whether it is a cyber security posture. So for a variety of reasons, we would like it to go need basis only. So I think if I have, because I am not a researcher, so I don't know whether I have been able to answer your question. Yeah.
Sorry. Maybe I'll just add on to the example of the need basis that Nankumarji mentioned. That so I was part of the system, part of the group of organizations who put DigiYatra together. And in DigiYatra, the key concept was need basis, and the data has to dissipate so that actually it could not be used for the risk profiling or surveillance kind of thing. So a lot of data was in airline, a lot of data was in airport, and a lot of data was about the person, which was identifying that I am going to take this flight from this airport. So it comes together, authenticates, and then it dissipates. It doesn't stay together. The data doesn't stay together, stick together, because that's where the security gets compromised or where the risk profiling can happen. So just giving an example that how that it's a need basis is most important. It comes together and then it can be the same thing can be used by the markets, but the bazaar, right? Of like finding out how many people are traveling. The same information can be put together for some other use as well.
I mean, I think how
question and take it a little forward. And Mr. Mishra in the morning also he was referring to it. That I understand, and this question is to Mr. Kumar, and he's a friend. I can question a little bit. I agree that when I am collecting data, I am collecting it for a purpose, and there is nothing in my mind. But then taking Avni's call in it, how do I trust that data, that the number of birth which has been recorded is correct? So what should be the mechanism in place? Now I understand complete, but perhaps Nilan wanted to understand that if I am saying 2 births have happened, actually 2 births have happened, not 4 births have happened.
So that largely speaks of the level of governance that we have. So if you have a system where you have lesser number of people to deliver a service, or they have lesser resources to do something, maybe they have outsourced it to a third party formally, informally, or they are in a hurry and they have to do. So it's a level of governance, their resource base where these kind of errors creep in. Or there is a motive, there is a misalignment, especially where you have to give some beneficiary some incentive that, okay, if I record it this way, it will lead to as incentive A. If I record it the other way, it will lead to incentive B. And this delta is something which can be apportioned between the parties involved. And that is good enough incentive for the parties to misdeclare. So say land registration, very common problem. If I have declared value of a land in a particular way, then another person comes and declares it another way, and there is a duty differential, and that is how there is an incentive to wrongly report data. So level of governance, misaligned incentive to declare something wrong. So those are the reasons where these kind of data sets, or in a hurry, you hurriedly do a survey in a very short span with a country as diverse as ours, or in a state which is too large, or a district which is too large. So these kind of errors creep in. Or the design of forms which doesn't give that kind of bandwidth. Suppose I have created only 2 options, and the nudge theory specialist will put you in all in one bucket or the other. So those kind of errors are some of the things which we find in data collection where errors generally creep in. But increasingly, we are seeing that, there are two-layer check. Again, standard administrative procedure in a statistical procedure where you do a triangulation. You don't wait for everything to end and then do the checks. There is simultaneous check. But that's largely I'll say, a governance mechanism of the ministry or department which is running that system. And gradually we see improvements. But I will say, on tech side, some things can be done. At administrative side, something can be done. And also the incentive to misreport has to be, designed such a way that you generally don't misreport. If you can put a combination of something, maybe we can do something.
In fact, I actually would like to just add to Nankumaramji's point. It is hard. A good example is we're all now going through a census or a pre-census question that we're supposed to be asked 30, 34 questions. But the reality is maybe 5 or 6 questions get asked and then they move. I think it is a factor of governance, yes, 100%. And a couple of things to add onto that is, how strong are your processes? What are the checks and balances you're building inside the process in order to be able to ensure that it is foolproof to as strong an extent as possible? In this case, how do you ensure that there are 2 people in the loop? One is the person who's actually recording the birth. The other is the parents who actually are able to say that, yes, we did receive the birth certificate or we received these things in the hospital. How do you cross-reference that? And that's also one area where administrative data becomes very helpful. Can there be hospital data that validates some of this information? And also things like how many people are actually there doing the work. Because yes, if they're understaffed, as in most common situations, there will be a propensity to finish things faster, complete things faster. In that, will things generally get missed out? Yes, and that brings back the checks and balance, the maker-checker approval process, the governance around that, all of that.
Sure. Thank you so much. I'm getting a signal that now we should all proceed for lunch. And thank you so much for each one of you. Thank you all the panelists for being there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. May I now request the respected panelists and the moderator to kindly come forward for a group photograph. Guests, participants, speakers, and delegates for making the celebration of Statistics Day 2026 a memorable and enriching occasion. The lunch has been served now for guests at the foyer area at first and ground floor and for the dignitaries at the Vaishali Lounge on first floor. We wish you a